vijana, labda viongozi kwenye sekta mbalimbali la mawasiliano ya KBC, ambaye ni afisa mkuu wa public service, panelist. Alafu vile vile kumbuka kwamba guest speaker ambaye moja kwa moja sijekosea, kutoka Advocates of High Court, ambaye atakuwa anazungumza kwenye mojawapo wa kutoka block Baringo Live Studio, tukisikiliza ngoma kidogo, tukisubiria moja kwa moja waafidhi waweze kuingia, alafu tuweze kuzidi kuwaomba kwamba tuweze kuingia ndani, alafu tuweze kuanza shughuli.
One, two, check. All right. Check 1 2. Nisaidie volume kidogo DJ. 1 2. Check. 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 1 2 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. Check. 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sawa. 1 2. Aya, asante sana ladies and gentlemen, we want to begin. Tungependa tukuje hapa ndani tafadhali tuweze kuanza. We want to get started. Naomba DJ akuje hapa sasa, DJ ya ukweli. Kama yuko karibu aje hapa. We want to get started. We want to begin in a few because the people we are expecting are already here. I have seen the members we expect them to be here. I have seen Evans Barsongol is here with us. Of course, Enoch Talam is here with us. I have seen the Chief Officer for Public Service Administration, ICT and E-Governance, Wana Charles Kipkulei, who is just making his way here. Tumpigie makofi Chief Officer wetu akiingia hapa. Karibu sana Chief. Tutaanza wakati wowote kuanzia sasa hivi so that we are able to save on time. Check. Check. Tukaribia tafadhali wale ambao tusikiza, those of you who can hear us from outside this hall, tukaribia tafadhali. Asante sana, karibieni tafadhali. Nimeona vijana wamejaajaa kweli kweli. We are here, we want to begin. Haya basi, asante sana. I hope we can get to hear. Wacha DJ kidogo tune kidogo so that we can get to hear what is happening. Toa kabisa bass kabisa. Toa bass yote so check 1 2. Munaweza sikia? Is it okay? Hello? Hi. Barsongol uko sawa? Unaweza Asante, thank you. Hiyo ni expert advice kutoka kwa sound engineer kwamba this great facility does not have enough soundproof. It's reflecting a lot of this forum. Nataka tusimame kidogo, sisi sote tusimame. Let's be up on our feet. DJ nitafuta kidogo tu. Hii ni mwezi mpya, we want to thank God for April. Hata mkono wa Bwana Zabro kidogo. Tushukuru Mungu kwa mwezi ambao tumeanza upya, mwezi wa 4 kwa sababu ya uhai. You know, we've begun the year in January, February, March, and now we are in April. And not all of us have been able to make it this far. And we want to appreciate. So let's do some kidogo muziki kidogo, tuinue mikono yetu kila mtu piga makofi kidogo. Na usonge kidogo. Sylvia usisimame tu, miguu iende kidogo hivi. Kila mtu angalia mtu amesimama karibu na wewe. Tukipiga makofi, ametenda. Aha, kila mtu nataka nisikie makofi tena bado.
Watumishi wako umewapa yote waombayo, ikiwa umependezwa.
Ametuleta kuanzia mwezi huo wa 2 wa 3. Aha. People are not moving. I want to see people moving. Songa kidogo hivi. Aya, twende hivi basi.
Mkono wako Bwana, matendo yako Bwana ni makuu. Umetutoa mbali kweli.
DJ nipatie tuzunguke kidogo, tuzunguke kama mawimbi kidogo. Twende chini kidogo. Alafu tuinue kidogo. Aya, sifa na utukufu basi. One more time chini. Tumeuona mkono wake Bwana. Aya, thank you DJ. Bring it down kidogo. Sijasema tuketi jamani, sijasema tuketi. Si ni mkutano ya vijana. Mbona mmechoka mapema hivyo? Ai, Bwana. Nipatie DJ.
Msifu Mungu.
Twende hivi.
Anatulinda.
One more time. Huku na huku. Pole namna hiyo. Kila mtu. Barsongol changamka kidogo. Watu wenye wanakuanga kama wanapiga picha. Twende namna hii. Onyesha mawimbi na alafu nataka nione watu wakizunguka upendo wa Yesu. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Nashukuru sana, asante sana. Asante, thank you Victor. Kuja uombe, Victor, omba alafu tuweze kufungua kwa maombi. Asante. Pigeni makofi Victor, saa zile anakuja kuomba.
Halo. Hai. Anasalamia. Tunyamaze. Wangapi ananijua kwanza? Thank you. Mwalimu. Taka kuomba. Mimi wasiki. Mungu akubariki. Taka tuombe baada ndaondoka. Mimi nakaa pande ya Kiptakich. Nimeoa, niko na familia na niko na watoto katika China. Bwana asifiwe. Taka niombe metolot beshi. Wala kuna vita hapa chini. Mkuje tuombe na tunyamaze. Tunaanza katika China la Yesu. Na tunaomba tunyamaze. Funga macho yako mbele za Bwana, kama kuna kofia toa kwa heshima ya Mungu. Let's pray. Baba mtakatifu, Baba aliyeweka, Mungu wangu na kunyenyekea na kulia. Tazama Baba, mkutano vijana ya Baringo kaunti ya Baba Kabanet. Baba mtakatifu, Baba taongea Jehova bariki Bwana. Tazama Baba, naenda kuondoka Bwana, na wacha baraka na wacha amani. Tazama wale ambao ana kazi Bwana, patia kazi. Wako na Jehova patia kazi Jehova Baba. Wale ambao anafanya kazi Mungu wangu patia kazi. Katika jina la Mtakatifu na nena baraka kwa Baba, Oli Baba na nena baraka. Tazama wengine ambao anakuja Bwana na nena baraka katika jina la Yesu. Roho mzuri Baba ambao atachukua mali hapa ni mkono wako Jehova. Baba mtakatifu, naomba baraka zao. Tazama vijana wote ambao wameketi mahali hapa. Chochote ambao atanibariki Bwana, wala ambao atatoa Baba, wala ambao atanibariki Bwana, atanibariki na watoto wangu Bwana. Baba bariki Jehova. Ninaambia wasiki Jehova Baba, Mungu bariki Jehova. Chochote ambao atanibariki Bwana, bariki na ongezea maradufu. Ninaambia mwalimu mkuu, mwalimu rafiki yangu Bwana, akiendesha hii program Jehova, chukua mkono wako Jehova. Mtakatifu na ninabaraka na maana. Baba tazama naenda kuondoka, tembea na mimi. Wakati ambao mkutano utaendelea Bwana, hata na mpaka mwisho. Katika Kristo naomba kuamini. Makofi kwa jina la Yesu. Mimi nitaondoka anytime. Chochote ambao kuna mimi niko na familia. Unaweza nibariki na kitu. Andika namba yangu, usipike, tuma kitu. Namba 0722700117. Inaomba nakuja kuchukua hiyo. Inaomba wasii ambao wameketi pale. Chochote ambao kuna nibariki. Nikutie namba 0, andikeni kila mtu 0722700117.
Asante, thank you. Pigeni makofi Victor, amesema namba yake, nitarudia tu bado.
Nataka niondoke, chochote ambao kuna shika kwa mkono, nibariki na Mungu atakubariki. Ujijenge. Tuombe. Father, we thank you, Father, we worship. Tazama chochote ambao wapendwa watanibariki. Wala ambao watatuma, wala ambao watanibariki. Jehova na nena baraka na ongeze baratubu kwa jina la Yesu. Baba, tazama niana kuondoka. Mungu wangu nibariki. Kwa jina la Baba, Mwana na Baba kuamini. Amen.
Asante.
Nitaanza pale, taanza mkubwa, nione pole. Kama kuna mpesa unibariki. Asante.
Sana, tumpigie makofi Victor. Asante. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to begin this program, Baringo County Youth Fiscal Forum. We want to have a discussion around the budget making process, the policies around budget making, and what the future holds for the young people of this county. We have our rallying call, your voice, your budget, your future. lakini kidogo tu pengine we have a few of us who may not have seen this face before. My name is Amkich Karanja. I'm an event moderator, I'm a teacher, I'm a social media writer, and I'm the author of the Tales of the Savannah. So that is why I'm here today as your moderator. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much for that. I want to take this opportunity to invite the hosts of this event. I want us to appreciate Enoch Talam, the founder of the blog, the Baringo Life Opportunities, Culture and Connection. Let's appreciate Enoch as he welcomes us to this forum. Karibu sana.
Wakuu, vijana, mnanisikia vizuri? Mnanisikia? Mbona hamna sauti? Mbona hamna sauti? Vijana mko?
Tuko.
Vijana mko?
Tupo.
Today, it's a very great day, and it's also a landmark for us as the nilikuwa nasema that today is a very great day. It's a landmark as the people, as the youths of Baringo County. It is a statement we are about to make that the youths of Baringo County are ready to move forward as one people. Na najua kila mtu anajiuliza mbona tuko hapa siku ya leo. Kila mtu anajiuliza nani ndo alikuwa anapanga hii maneno. Na hata sitaki to focus sana hata na the blog kwa sababu siku ya leo it was meant to be a peer-to-peer conversation. I want us today to have a talk between us. Nini wale wenye bado hawajasettle, ningeomba tu settle tu tafadhali. Nilikuwa nasema aje, siku ya leo ni siku muhimu sana kama vijana wa Baringo County. Tumekuja hapa kujielimisha, tumekuja hapa kuelimishwa, hata si kujielimisha, kuelimishwa kwanza, tumekuja hapa kujuana, na tumekuja pia hapa kujifunza mambo ya public participation. Tujiulize ya kwamba mara ya mwisho kama kijana ukienda public participation ilikuwa lini? Na kama ulienda public participation uliongelea nini? Na zile vitu ambazo muliongelea kwa public participation, was it captured in the budget policy statement? Was it captured, mukafanya oversight, mukafuatilia, mukaona ya kwamba zile vitu ambazo tuliongelea kwa public participation imekuwa captured? Kwa hapa pia kuongelea mambo ya umuhimu ya public participation. As we all know that from tomorrow we'll be having public participation. That is the reason why today we decided as the youths of Baringo County, tulijiambia tukasema kila siku kukitokea jambo fulani, sisi ndo tunakuwa wa kwanza sometimes si kwa ubaya, lakini huwa tuna complain, tunasema hatusikizwi, hatuonekani. Lakini siku ya leo tumekuja hapa kusema ya kwamba the only way that we are going to be heard as the people of Baringo County, as the youth of Baringo County, is first of all, we need to know that we have a right, we have a role, we have a mandate to play as the youths of Baringo County. Ama nyinyi mnasema aje? Si ni hivyo? Ni hivyo? We need to play a part. We are not participants in this government. We are stakeholders, and we need to hold ourselves accountable by first of all ensuring that we take part in public participation. So kwa hivyo leo tumekuja kujielimisha na kukuja kukumbushana umuhimu wa public participation. So before tuendelee, ningependa tu nisome a very little background of what today entails. Ningeomba mnisikize, alafu from hapo nataka tujadiliane, kila mtu sema ile kitu ambayo unaona kama vijana, the challenges that we are facing as the youths of Baringo County. And also, as much as we try and identify the challenges, we also need to provide solutions as a people. We are not only identifying the problems,
we also need to have solutions. Tuko na changamoto kwa sekta fulani, tuko na changamoto kama vijana, lakini solution ni gani? What is the way forward? Kwa hivyo tumekuja hapa na mtatusamea. Najua kuna wale wamezoea public barazas, public participation, kuna kuanga na vinywaji, hizi inaitwaje, refreshments. Lakini leo hatuna kwa sababu we are just a small organization who are just concerned about the empowerment of the people, empowerment of the youth of Baringo County. Kwa hivyo nitaenda kusoma. For those who don't know me, my name is Enoch Salam. I'm the team leader. I'm privileged to be the team leader of the block. The block abbreviates for Baringo Life, Opportunities, Culture and Connection. Tumekuja hapa siku ya leo na wenzangu pia nadhani watapata pia chance ya kujiongelea. So I'll quickly read what I have written here so that we can know what is the background and why are we here today. Alafu ningeomba sana tuweze kuwa tunini. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation, tusiogopane. Let us talk. Sisi ni vijana. Sisi wote ni vijana na kama kijana na kama kuna mtu ambaye si kijana amekuja kwa sababu ana play a role kwa ile department ya vijana. Kwa hivyo wacha niende nisome alafu from hapo tutaendelea. Honored guest, fellow youths, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather here not just as attendees of another forum, but as stakeholders in the future of Baringo County.
Basi I see it's the greater majority. Tuwapigie makofi. Let's appreciate. Asante sana. You can take your seats. Moving north, heading north, let's have representatives from North Baringo, ladies and gentlemen. Naona watu wa north ndio hawa. Tuwapigie makofi. And there is only one lady from north, Sylvia Mutai, kiongozi kutoka University of Nairobi. Bado tumpigie makofi. Asante sana. Closer home this side, let's go to Baringo South. Nyumbani kwa nani pale? South tuko na watu hapa. I had my friend here who was here. Thank you so much. Baringo South. We have Tiati sub-county. Anyone from Tiati? Of course, the beautiful girl. Pigeni makofi. Msichana mrembo sana kutoka pale nyumbani Tiati. Asante sana. Mogotio sub-county, of course I'm here. Mogotio sub-county. Yes, na tuko na Victor pale, tupige makofi. Asanteni sana. Eldama Ravine sub-county. Victor pia anatoka Eldama Ravine, amekataa tu kukua wa Eldama Ravine. So because we are neighbors to Eldama Ravine, we'll also represent. And of course, as we proceed with this program, I know we'll have more young people coming in. Allow me now again to request most of us who are sitting very far from this camera to to drop kidogo, tukuje, let's occupy these seats so that this meeting looks more serious. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman up there, tuteremke one step forward. Tulisoma kitabu class 7 1997 naitwa One More Step. So one more step forward now. Tuteremke kidogo so that, yes, thank you. Thank you so much. The pretty ladies up there plus the gentleman, please tuteremke kidogo. Let's fill these seats which are here. Tujaze hizi viti.
So this is Sylvia Mutai. I'm really thrilled and happy that I'm here today with all of you. It is so good again to see youth gathered the way we are right now. It makes me so happy. So I'm thrilled to be here. As I said, this is Sylvia Mutai. Mimi ni kiongozi wa wanafunzi, University of Nairobi, serving as the president for main campus. There's some guy there, he comes from the University of Nairobi. So he can testify. I'm also from Baringo North, Barwesa Ward, Kabuti location, if you would want to know so much about that. Histima inachukua mbali kurudi. Munanisikia? That is my fear and worry. Am I audible enough? Yes. As I said, I'm really happy that I'm here today, gathered with youth on this issue of budget and public participation. And it's a topic that I'm so much interested in, especially on the budgetary point, at the same time public participation. This is the generation, the current affairs, it is about the youth. Anything to do with county right now, it is us, the youth, to take place and take part in every decision making. On the budgetary and the public participation, there are a lot of importance as to why we as youth should be engaged on the budgetary and the public participation kind of thing. First is we can engage in public consultations. We can engage on so much public consultation as youth, as much as we engage on the public consultation. We'll also have to formulate some policies and take part in decision making. Secondly, is we will have a youth-led civic engagement and awareness campaigns. As I said, this is the generation that has to drive the country in few years to come. We have to be on the forefront, leading civic engagement and awareness campaigns. Another one is representation of youth, interest in budget decisions. We should take part as youth to represent our interests as youth and also influence the budget decisions. I have so much to say, also time is not with me. We also have the youth leadership and its impact on the political landscape. And that is where my discussion today will center on. As you've heard, I'll be vying for the women reposition in the county this coming electioneering period. And I was like, now as we gather as youth, this is the right forum for me to address you. We relate as youth. I'm not going to relate with any other person. This is the generation I'm relating with. This is the time for youth to move forward. This is the time we should be led, and we should be so much aware of what is happening. We should not be on the backbench every other time when laws are being passed. This is the right time for us to be so much engaged on issues, governance, and leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sure. So, as I said, this is the right time for us to lead. As we were told, we are the youth, we are the future leaders for tomorrow. And let me tell you, I want to challenge you today that tomorrow is right here with us. There is no any other better tomorrow than the one we have right now. This is the time for us as youth to make decisions, to influence decisions being made in the county and at the national level at the same time. Am I audible enough? Because again? Yes. So as I said, I'll be vying for the women's position. Nitaomba support yenu. I want us first of all to be so much aware of what's happening. I want us to take part in leadership. I want us to be on the forefront and decide, we as youth, yes, this is the time. There's no any other tomorrow better than the one we have right now. So I wouldn't want to be so much someone of very many words. I'll be leaving. I'm seeking permission, Bwana CEO, to go to Nakuru. I have some meeting there. I was not even to mention that now that he did. I'll be leaving. So nilikuja tu kusema lazima nione youth. Nilikuja nikasema lazima tusalimiane, and you be aware that Sylvia Mutai is on also the run, going for that women reposition in the county.
Of Kenya with us, a young person that is that has come to be part of this conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, vijana, tumkaribishe pia Mercy aje hapa atusalimie and make her remarks. Karibu sana wakili.
Thanks. Hi. Sauti yangu iko audible? Sindio? Niko audible? Yes. Hi, wewe yako mtoto. I can be heard, sindio? Habari ya jioni. Nimesikia jina yangu ni Mercy. Most of you mnanijua, ni wangapi hawanijui? Wangapi hawanijui? Like frankly, wangapi hawanijui kwa sababu that's very important, eh? Wangapi wanajua tuko hapa for what leo? Who are aware tumekuja kufanya nini today? By show of hands. Nimepatiwa jukumu leo just to have an introduction of just a simple of what we're doing leo. Quiet. Hi. Kama kuna unaweza ni those wenye wako nje, if they are not coming in, they can just remain outside. Ask those who are outside, if they are not coming in, wanaweza kaa because we are not audible enough na hawa tupiga kelele kwa hivyo nje. So, as you saw in the poster, mliona kwa poster that we are having a forum today where we're going to discuss the pre-budget process ambayo inatengenezwa, yeah? And also how we participate and how we get involved and the impact of why and how, the impact of the involvement of the youth, both negative and the negative part of it. So, Enoch alisema it was not political. This is just, see, it is educational. You teach me something today and I teach you something today, yeah? So how many people, nikianzia, that have participated in any forum for legislative process or budget approvals? How many have? How many people have? 1, 2, 3. From this side, ni nani wame participate in any legislative process or amendments of anything? Who has? Did anyone participate in the financial bill participation, the public participation? From Baringo? Nobody? Oh, interesting. So, I wanted to have an encouragement to say that it is an honor to stand before you to discuss the important subject today, and to say that in a world where challenges seem very overwhelming, it is easy to feel unheard or powerless. But let me remind you, your voice matters, your ideas count, and your actions can shape the future. So today, as we discuss, let us embrace the hope and the possibility. Let us challenge ourselves to think boldly, speak courageously, and push for meaningful change. And to just state that the future is not something we wait for, the future is something that we create. So as an advocate, my task was just to lay the foundation of the legal background of participation. And just simple as is, it is a right to have public participation. Do you understand public participation as a privilege or as a right? Dalo, how do you understand public participation? It's a right, yeah? Leading with the public participation. Is it a privilege or a right? It's a right. A gentleman with the striped shirt. Do you understand it as a right or a privilege? You. Public participation. Do you understand it as a right? It's a right, right? So how many of you have participated in public participation? It is a right for you to participate, yeah? It is in the Constitution, it is in the Public Participation Act, it is in the County Government Act, it is in the Public it is in the Public Finance Management Act, it is in the Urban Areas and Cities Act, it is in the Access of Information Act, it is in the Statutory Instruments Act. Now I know I'm just mumbling and jumbling. Cindy, how many of you have read these things? Nani amesoma the Constitution? Who has actually read the Constitution? Who has read the County Governments Act? Okay, who has read the Urban Areas and Cities Act? That's a challenge number one. If you don't read these things, how are you supposed to get involved and how are you supposed to get involved? So basic of power, senior. And if you don't have that, you don't have power. Which means when you go to these public participation venues, you lack the information and you lack the encouragement to even talk because you go in a point of you don't know. You don't have the information, you don't know your privileges, you don't know your obligations, you don't know your responsibilities. So it becomes very, very hard for you to participate. Or the greatest is you feel intimidated by people who outspoke you in these forums. So I will encourage you to look at those acts. They are both printed in English and Kiswahili. And it is also a right of you to request that if you don't understand English and Kiswahili, can be printed in any other language that you understand. So, what are the importance of public participation in budget making? We have, it ensures that we have transparency and accountability in the use of public resources. I'll just mention them and then maybe some of you can also tell me how they are or tell us. It also promotes inclusivity and equitable allocation of resources. It does strengthen democracy and governance, and also it enhances civil engagement and awareness, and it helps address social economic disparities. So what are the other things that you think are important in public participation? Caro? What are the importance of public participation in budget making process? Yeah. Yes. It does. Chairman, what do you think? No, it can never be. It can never be the same. The gentleman, what do you think? How do you think it is important to participate in these forums? Yeah, it does. And how do you think it is important in you as a youth? Specifically, those decisions that you're stating there. Yes. 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 Accountability, right? The gentleman, what do you think? You? Where? No. Okay. Also you, but him. What do you think? Salama. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's good. You work in construction? Oh, amazing. So, what are the role of the youth? What is your role as a youth in budget making? And also it does ensure that we have equitable allocation of resources, because from how we've stood to Kisimama, so many people wamekuja ni wa Baringo Central. We have one person or two people from Baringo South, and we have, I think, a couple from Baringo North. If we sum it up na kila mtu aelezwe how much resources zimekuwa distributed in the county, he might not be able to know all of that. Maybe one or two persons wanaweza kajua, but if we read and go to the fiscal, what is it called? If we do check if we check the budget allocation, the fiscal strategy plan of 2024-2025, then we are able to see how much is being located to this, how much is being located to that, how much, what is being given priority, what is not being given priority. So if we discover that, or if we read and discover that these things are happening, then we can be able to raise voices and say that, okay, we have an opinion, we want equitable resources to be distributed fairly, or even if it's not in the same or in the same circumstances, in the same brackets, then can it be considered in the next, yeah? Also, it does give us access to government opportunities. We have to understand that budget provisions for youth programs such as the Youth Enterprise Development Fund are meant for us. And if you don't have the right and equitable information, then you don't get access to those things. So, I think if we understand so much that it is a right for us to have public participation. Hello? 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 Am I being boring? Wow. It's honest, I'm not being boring. So I will, as long as we understand what public participation is, it is a right and not a privilege. And I have discovered that most of us treat it as a privilege because of association, because of what not to this and that, but it is a right for you to raise your voice. And attachments to organizations, attachments to people, experts who understand budgetary, who understand finance, like Carolia. If you attach yourselves to this organization, then you will be able to put your views and your opinions forward. So there's someone who's going to discuss about the budget and budget formation, and we're going to head into the forum. I was just warming you up so that you don't fear into talking, but other than that, I don't think there's anybody who does not understand public participation, right? Cindy? Yeah, everyone is in the same bracket? I think like that.
I know most of you are not paying attention, but the deliberations that were being made here are very important. It's unfortunate that power has not been kind to us. Hadi wakili anauliza, am I being boring? Mimi nafikiri amesema, am I being audible? Nikasema yes. Of course, you are not being boring. It is this thing that is getting more boring, and I had hoped that we are going to fix it. But nevertheless, asante sana wakili, you've done us good. And it is an exciting thing. You know, when we were growing up, hatukuwa tunajua kuna uwezekano ya kuwa na watu kama Mother Karua hapa Baringo, hapa nyumbani. And we are beginning to see that it is possible for our young people to be the people that we watch on TV, to be the Mother Karuas and the other advocates that are doing some good work. I remember during the presidential appeal, ile elections, there was Julie Soweto who was doing very fine, and we want to encourage you and the other wakilis from home that you have our support as young people. We are very proud of you. We are praying that we will some other time get even a Chief Justice, a Mother Kome from you people, and it's possible. So I want to stop it at that. I want to recognize the presence of my friend Milka. She's here. She was not there when we were doing the introduction. Karibu sana Mili. You know, as we sit here, I know so many WhatsApp forums are represented in this forum. Inaweza kuwa nyinyi wote ni maadmin wa Matters Baringo South, BLM, Aurora Nation, Eldamaravine County Sub-County Forum, and all the forums. As much as we will have this conversation as a few of us, make sure this conversation spirals into the forums that exist within our county. We want to go into a panel discussion. We already have our guests here, but we were thinking we can still have a feel of what we intend to go into by allowing 2 or 3 people to make a few comments, even as we sort out the power issue. So I will take 3 people, whether you have a question for Wakili or you have a question concerning your expectations for this forum. Yes. So let's, yes, Millie, you said something? You want to? Okay, sir. So before you come, anyone who wants to field a question maybe for her, or even to make a comment concerning the expectations for the discussion on budget making process and the questions relating to the panelists who are here as we wait to be fully online. Nani ako na swali? Yes. And then you introduce yourself na useme my question is directed to so and so. It's okay. Wow. That's a beautiful comment, first of all, on the question of the people being given sovereignty over to make decisions pertaining their affairs. And then again, the people whom the responsibility has been delegated to, the leaders now, are using public participation as a cosmetic kind of beauty contest kind of thing, just to make it a ceremony. You can react to that.
How future. So if we don't do that, then we don't have the rights to question it.
Asante sana, tumpige makofi. Let's appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mercy. I think the question on public participation has been well answered. Just before we get back to the business, anybody with maybe one last question? Yes, the lady can say.
The participation of youth. Once upon a time I was a youth. Now I am a mother of youthful people. One of whom is push the youth, not really pushing, to urge the youth to be in the center, to be at the center of politics, to be at the center of the social and economic spheres of this county. You are not there. I have attended public in this county. The youth are not there. Parsongol, am I lying? Hakuna vijana wanakuja. Nimeona some of the objectives here. One of them is youth-driven priorities in budget processes. Hiyo haiwezi fanyika kama hamwezi kuwa kwa public participation. How can you have youth-driven priorities in budget processes of this county if you are not there in public participations to push your agenda as the youth? Mutakuwa tu mnakaa hivi, mnaongea, mna complain, mnaenda nyumbani. If you cannot appear kwa public participation na usimame kama youth na useme mimi nataka this project net ama ikue Kabartonjo ama Barigat ama Eldoradhini, usiposimama you will not be counted. Women have been there. Sa kununua matatu, lakini hata kesho kutakuwa na public participation hapo kwa nini? Hapo chini kwa zimamoto fire hapo, fire brigade hapo. Nataka nione wangapi wenu watakuja kusema hii town tunataka. So challenging you to be reliable people in the development of our county. So I just wanted to budget process one day. Until January.
To agree with what she has said, and also there is something about public participation which we need to know as youths. I want us to reason together. There is an opportunity coming our way very soon. The other day, the government announced about the construction of the the introduction of Baringo University. Sindio? Si wote mmesikia? Now, I want us to reason together. Hii Baringo University, ile narrative, ile kitu yenye kila mtu anasema, the statement that everyone shares, hata kila mtu hapa tukimuuliza Baringo University italeta nini kwetu, utasema italeta opportunities. Sindio? Ni kweli ama si kweli? But now, what are these opportunities? Now, in relation to public participation, hivi ndo tunaweza fanya kama vijana. Since now we are having a university being built here in Baringo Central, and let me not even limit to Baringo Central, wacha niseme Baringo at large. Tunaweza amua leo, as youths from Baringo County, tuketi chini vile tumeketi chini leo, to streamline all our ideologies. No, na kama vile tumeketi leo tuseme, we want to do something called zoning. Kuna kitu inaitwa zoning. Every ward, during this public participation, every ward, we have representatives from the youths. Twende tuketi pale kwa hizo wards. Tujiweke katika kikundi, inaitwa self-help groups, ama youth groups. Sindio? Twende tujiweke pale, alafu to register, na tukue na a structure which governs that youth group. Sindio? Let's for example say hii youth group inaitwa chap chap, ingine inaitwa munipe sample, hata jina ya mtu Mbaya. Yes, inaitwa Mbaya youth group. Unaona? Anaitwa Mbaya. So assuming we put ourselves inside these youth groups, alafu to streamline kila kitu, kama leo vile tumekuja hapa, we start talking about the opportunities that is going to come with this Baringo University. Like for example, when you talk about Baringo University coming to Baringo Central, we talk about business. We talk about a boost in the business sector, sindio? So tujiunge, tukubaliane hapa tuseme, we want every youth groups, let's say Kapropita ward, tuwekewe stall, business stalls, yenye sasa tutakuja tugawane kama youth groups. Every youth group ikuwe na stall moja na iran business yao. Alafu the profit that they are going to make there inaenda wapi? Kwa the members of those youth groups. Kitu kama hiyo, is it not possible for us to push during this public participation? It is possible. So that once we have this university being built. Alafu one thing about this university, imekuja in between two financial years. When we were doing the budget policy statement, the first public participation, there were no any news about Baringo University. Hatuko tunajua itaanza lini. So what we can all agree is that the budget policy statement zile issues zenye tuli raise zile siku zilikuanga based on other things which is not even Baringo University. But now we have Baringo University, na tumeambiwa by the county government that the university is going to be built in the next 14 months. If you calculate 14 months from now, you're in a fall under this coming financial year. So we can go during this budget estimates which is about to happen. We can go there because budget estimates, as much as already it has been passed as budget policy statement, we can also go and debate and also amend to say now that we have Baringo University, we come and talk about the opportunities that is going to come with that university. Na tuanze, we push for it as youths, tuende pale kwa public participation na tuende tuambiane, this is what we want. We want to be empowered. We don't want handouts, we want to be empowered. We want our stalls to be built so that we as youth groups, we can be given. We want grants. Na pia we also need someone to enlighten us about grants, about government tenders. Tunataka tujue hizi vitu so that when we go to public participation, tunajua hizi vitu zote. Asante sana.
Sana, thank you so much. Tumpige makofi Enoch. Thank you Enoch. Let's take the last. Na tafadhali tuzingatie time.
Jana power. Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Asante sana. wakati tuliona hii event imetengenezwa, we were so happy because we realized ilikuwa ya vijana. Na najua kuna watu wengi wako hapa sana na wanatamani kuongea. Tafadhali mimi naomba wakati siishe, kama mtu mwenye amekuja hapa na jambo ambaye anataka kusema, hajapatiwa opportunity ya kuongea. Mimi nitasema maneno machache tu. Na kwa hayo maneno machache, the most important thing, nashukuru for this event. It is a very nice one. Na mmesema ya kwamba tukuje kwa hizi public participation, ndio? Let us go to this public participation and make sure that we allocate money where tunataka kazi ifanyike, ndio? Kama hospitali. You know, wanashanganga wanasema youth, vijana tumeenda sana, tunapiga tunakuja hizi functions ama tumetembea sana. See, lazima tukuje hizi vitu because we have wives we cannot take to hospital. Because we have children we cannot pay for school fees. So lazima tukuje and we allocate our resources. Kama ni resources kwa public participation, we allocate resources the end hospitali. For a matter of fact, ukienda saizi hospitali yetu hapa Baringo Referral Hospital, we kama as youth, most of our parents are sickly. Na ukienda hospitali yetu hapa saizi haina madawa. We are losing people in hospital. So let us go to the public participation and we allocate resources to the hospital. Kweli ama uongo? Comrades power. You know, comrades power is the greatest power after God's power. So tukisema comrades power, you chant the power vizuri vile inafaa. Comrades power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sasa sijamaliza kuongea. Please. Sasa let us go there, allocate resources there. We must allocate resources to the hospital. Last week we lost a patient in the dialysis unit. Why did we lose a patient in the dialysis unit? We lost a patient in the dialysis unit because oxygen haikuwa hapo. He was gasping for oxygen. Nini kifanyika? They were depending on the oxygen that is ile ambayo iko ICU. So kitambo waende walete ile oxygen yenye kwa ICU, walete mpaka dialysis unit, wakapata patient amekatika. The burial was in Cheflambus. We went there. So please, tufanye hizi vitu, we must go there, we must, and these people, lakini tusikasirika sana. Now we don't have no option. You see, we went to the streets, but nothing, hakuna kitu ilifanyika. Burning tires. We have realized that burning tires will not change policies. The only way of changing policies is us taking our votes. Ahead of the upcoming general election, I beseech you, the first thing that we will be doing is kufanya nini? So that we make changes about people who will serve us. People, not people wenye that way. Kitu ingine which will be a great insult to the logic and sensibility if I don't address it. Kijana mwingine hapo rafiki yangu anaitwa Baya ameketi hapo next. Which watapewa time so alikuwa amekuwa worried anaweza kosa kupata sasa tutasema kitu yake atasema. Now I have a question ambayo nimetumwa na vijana. Hii question tuna direct kwa CEO wa sports. The youth are asking about the governor's cup. Wanasema ya kwamba hiyo kitu ilikuwa December, then you guys push it to January, then you guys push it to now April. Na waoni hiyo kikombe. Sasa and they are really disillusioned about it. And let it not just be about the week. achaguliwe kama mbunge wa Baringo Central constituency. So that what we are focusing, what we want to focus on is mwananchi centered leadership. Leadership that is centered on the people directly. Tafadhali Mbaya, nisaidie simu yangu kidogo. There is something I just want to read to the people kidogo. Nick, please. Getting lost.
It's okay. No problem. You'll be back.
So let's make sure that we go for this public participation. We understand now the time imekimbia hivi. Tukikosa kwenda hii public participation, pesa itakosa kuwekwa huko katika very important things kama hospitali. Na itasukumwa kwa vitu kama development. We need developments. Lakini we want things that are mwananchi centered leadership. Tunaona vitu zinafanyika, vitu zinapeanwa, hatukatai, sisi tunashukuru. Lakini sasa sisi tunataka vitu ambayo itawezesha vijana wenyewe kama sisi ambayo tumeketi hapa kujishikia hii samaki peke yetu. Sisi hatutaki kupewa samaki tena, tunataka kupeana ndoano.
Thank you.
Asante sana. God bless you. Thank you.
Asante sana, tumpige makofi. I think he's made his point. Tafadhali naomba sana kwa unyenyekevu. Let us not lose the focus in this meeting. I want to plead that and that is the challenge with young people. You know, I'm a teacher of biology. We have a lot of adrenaline. And when we come in contact with a microphone, we tend to lose it. Let us just restrict ourselves to what has brought us here. Please, let's shelve your ambition for now. Let's get the content of this panel discussion. Uliza swali tu kwa dakika moja tafadhali, tuende kwa ile kitu tumekuja kufanya hapa.
Asante, mjambo. So, wenye mwenzangu amesema, wakati tunakuja hapa mbele nafikiri we focus what we have come to do here. So my question inaenda kwa wakubwa wetu. Halo CEO. My questions inaenda kwa nyinyi. Wale ambao waliweza kuorganize this event, I want to say thank you because this is a very important thing to do. My first question inaenda kwa ofisi ya vijana. Nafikiri sometimes unapata young people they wanakosa information. CEO tafadhali. CEO tafadhali. Mimi naomba. Young people wanakosa information. Unaweza pata watu wako Kabarnet hapa but wanakosa information ya kwamba wanastahili kukuja hapa. That's why unaona wanakosekananga kwa public participation. Ni mikakati gani ile umeweka kuhakikisha young people wanapata information kwa public participation na education? Number 2, kwa ofisi yako iko structure ya vijana ambao wanahusishwa ama wanaelimisha vijana huko mashinani kwamba kuna vitu kama hizi zinaendelea? Kwa sababu ikiwa ofisi yako iko na structure from office ya young people ama youth, definitely tunahitaji office ya vijana either wa Baringo Central ama the entire Baringo ambao wanakusaidia wewe mwenyewe ili kutimiza hizi vitu ambazo ziko. Ya 3 na ya mwisho, ofisi yako inafaa ikuwe na program yenye inahakikisha young people wana got information, wanatrainiwa about financials, wanafundishwa about even these mental health ambazo zinatusumbua sahi kwa society. Ikiwa utapata hiyo program, definitely tutakuwa nayo wakati tunaenda public participation. Now we can have the platform ya kurequire pesa za kutrain these people na kuhakikisha kwamba we are getting people in the future. Hiyo ndio itaweza kutusaidia. Hata sahi wakati tutaenda kesho, wakati request programs za kuelimisha young people, we see nataka tuone hiyo mkono kutoka kwa ofisi yenu. So otherwise from that point, thank you very much. Wenye wanijui, mimi naitwa Daniel Kiplagat, mimi ni mkaazi wa Baringo Central, Kabarnet Ward, kijiji ni Kaptimbor. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi mtu ya Kaptimbor na wale wote ambao wamepata nafasi ya kuuliza maswali. We had scheduled to start this program at 2 p.m. and I'm sure if we had started at that time, we would have had enough time to cover much of what we are covering. But nevertheless, what is coming up in the panel discussion will be addressed to most of those issues that you have mentioned. But before we go into that, I want to invite my friend here to come and make a presentation on the budget making process. We may not have all the time, so you will just utakata kidogo alafu tuweze kwenda kwenye panel discussion. Karibu sana. Introduce yourself and then we proceed.
Thank you. My name is Milka Keitan, aka Millie. Kwa wale wanijui, najua wengi tumekutana tu kwa mtandao. I'm a resident of Baringo Central. I'm also still a youth. Najua kuna wengi wananipianga majina huku kwa streets. Yeah, I'm still a youth. I might be crossing to the other side very soon. Simbali sana. So, thank you. So, I'm here to talk about the budget making process. So, you see, I've been listening to some of your questions and basically, this budget making process has most of your answers because it will give you where the loopholes actually getting processed from. The problems that you've been asking. For example, someone, as Wakili has said, that it's like this public participation is a rubber stamp to the process. Is that what you're trying to say? I think Wakili didn't get you very well, but you were trying to say that you give insights, but they end up looking like rubber stamps, eventually. Understand where the loopholes are actually in that process. You get it? And then also, it's also important to understand the process so that you know where you come in as a citizen to these processes. Naelewa? Wewe unatokea wapi? At what point do they call for public participation? And what is your role? Sindio? So that you don't just become, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something very important. Listen, knowledge is power. When you do not have the knowledge and you do not know when to present your issues, then you lose a plot. Get me? So, number one, we have something called CIDP. CIDP is the County Integrated Development Plan. So, ni ile yenye governors wana prepare for the next 5 years and beyond. This is the County Integrated Development Plan. Is that right? Am I correct? Yeah. And then after that, there's something that they call the Annual Development Plan. Now, this is the bigger picture. And then in this bigger picture, they have to come up with what we call annual programs that are going to run. You understand? Mumeshika mpaka hapo? Yes. So it is called an Annual Development Plan. So this is prepared by this man over here. This is the CEO planning. Yeye ndio ana prepare hiyo. And it is prepared in August. The month of August. Tumeelewana? Hello? Umeshika? Inakuwa prepared on August. Now, we move to September 1st. There's something called budget circular. It is the CEC of Finance releases what we call budget circular. Na anarelizia nani? Departments. Hii budget circular iko na nini? Iko na programs na timelines. These programs ni kama gani sasa? Ni kama, it's a document outlining the annual development plan. It just gives the broader long-term goals of the CIDP and concrete and actionable plans for the coming 1 year. So ni kama kusema sasa hii mwaka hii ndio ile vitu tunaenda kufanya. Sawa sawa, wanatoa hiyo circular. Within that circular there is ongoing projects, there are new projects that are coming up. Mumeelewa? But all of this is going to come inaenda kukutana na ile CIDP. Ile CIDP is what will guide the government for the entire season when watakuwa na run. Kama ni hiyo 5 years ama the next 10 years, because you cannot have a government that plans for only 5 years when they are still in office. Government haikangi hivyo. Government inaendeleanga hata huyo akitoka, the programs zenye ilikuwa hapo inaendelea kufanywa. Sawa. So after that so nimewambia hiyo CIDP annual development plan iko na nini? Iko na capital projects, the location of those projects, the status. By status I mean the ongoing na zile new zenye zina come up, and also completion timelines and funding sources and proposed costs. Umeshikanisha mpaka hapo? Iko na nini? Capital projects, the location, the status, the completion timelines. Timelines inafaa kuisha in how long? In 3 months, in 1 year, in the next 5 years, because there are projects zenye ishangi immediately. You have to plan for it this year, next year mweke kwa budget, hiyo ingine mweke kwa budget, because of the ni kubwa. Inataka pengine 500 million. And if it needs 500 million, you cannot just take all the money ya county uwekele kwa hiyo project moja, and then watu wanakosa madawa ama some of the projects yenye ilikuwa ongoing inakuwa stalled. So those are some of the factors they put into consideration. And also the funding sources. Hiyo pesa itatoka wapi? Because unajua hii ni nini 100%. Tuseme hii pesa yenye iko kwa county ni 100%. You have to look for other sources to help you manage other kama World Bank and sources kama hizo ikusaidie kufanya some of the project, because ile pesa yenye tuko nayo ni kidogo, haiwezi tosha. Remember, our county has wage bill ni 53%. Am I right? How many? 58%. Hiyo ni wage bill peke yake. Hiyo ni ile yenye pesa ikiingia hivi mishahara ya watu inaenda. And it shouldn't be like that. Yeah? It should be 35% actually. Lakini we have a budget yenye nafanya 58%. So tayari our budget ya development imefinywa, recurrent expenditure imefinywa, kila kitu So what do we do? Tufute watu wenu kazi? Si hao wenye wameandikwa kazi ni wazazi wenu ama? Sina ni ndugu zenu? Right? See, there are people who are providing for their own families. So is the solution to fire them? I think I need to engage you people. Is the solution to fire them? Huyo auntie yako akifutwa kazi watoto wake watakula nini? It is not. The solution is to do what? Increase the basket. Increase the kitchen. Fungua hiyo jikoni ikuwe kubwa itoshe kila mtu. How do you do that? Some of the solutions are just with us. Ni sisi hatujui. I'll give you an example. The other day I was fighting with the county council. I think some of you waliona online. And I was telling them, I was asking them, hii town kwa nini ni chafu? Wakaniambia atio, they collect license 1 year 1,000 shillings. Lakini mko hapa kila siku kwa hii town daily. Mnachafua kila siku. Kwani hiyo 1,000 is supposed to cover for all the that you're going to do the entire year? Try nichafuke alafu tukuje tuokote once. Is it possible? It is not. So clearly the county is not collecting revenue. Are we together? Those are some of the issues, the loopholes. We don't collect revenue. The only money that we have ni ile yenye tunapewa kwa exchequer, which ishafinywa tayari na your wage bill, your recurring expenditure and things like those ones. Okay. After that, they go to what we call county budget review and outlook paper. This one is done by Treasury. Hii ndio ile wanaenda kwa departments wanaangalia absorption. Wewe tulikupatia 5 million. How much of this money have you used? You understand? So that wakati tunafanya budget tunaona, do you need more? Or kama hukutumia vizuri and you still have more, tunaweza hata reduce selling yako kwa sababu hauna kazi ya kufanyia hii pesa, na kuna wengine wanataka kutumia hii pesa. Do you understand? Are we together? Hello? Tuko pamoja? So that is what happens. Wanaangalia absorption, and then they also go into the ongoing projects. Wanaangalia ile project yenye inafanywa. Hiyo pesa yenye imeallocatiwa itatosha ama it needs more money. Because mnaweza fanya project ifika katikati, you realize you underestimated the budget. It needs more money. Now, that is the season they come in with what we call county budget review and outlook paper. After that, they see now, they weigh. That is now the process of making the budget. So where do you come in? Remember, nimewambia mahali una come up ni August. Wakati unafanya nini? Annual development plan. The next phase would be sector engagements. And when I talk about the sector engagements, I'm talking about the departments. Hiyo ya water, environment, hizo departments sasa ndio wanakutana next, wanafanya their own planning after kupewa hiyo sako. Why sectors? Because some of these departments lazima wakutanishwe ndio wafanye what we call the budgeting. Unaweza pata irrigation, water na environment are put in one sector so that they can deliberate on. Kuna vitu kama NEMA lazima come in, environment lazima wakuje, kama kuna chimbo wa maji, water peke yake haiwezi fanya. So those are some of the issues that those departments do. And then they come out with what we call the priority areas. Clear priority areas zenye wanaona these are the most important things that we need to do. Hapa ndio wewe unakuja. The second participation ya mwananchi ni county fiscal strategy paper. Hii inawapatia what we call a ceiling. Hapa sasa ndio I need you to focus. When we talk about a ceiling, wameweka ceiling ya 5 million to do let's say a water borehole. Borehole tu ya kawaida. Wameweka ceiling ya 5 million. Lakini ukiangalia the other time walifanya borehole lingine around a kilometer away. Kuna haja wachimbe maji ingine hapa? It doesn't make sense. So what they can only do for that, because mwananchi anaitisha anataka borehole, wale wako na hata si tunataka. You see, hii ni problem ya wananchi, they are not well informed. But if you have a technical group, they will come and tell you there's no need for that borehole. The only thing that you need, if that water is enough, is to pipe that water so that you can have access of that water. You get me? Those are some of the things that happen. But wananchi wakifika huko tunapigania. Tunasema hata sisi tunataka kukua nayo. Hata sisi tunataka kukua nayo. So what that does, it slims the budget. Unaona kama budget ingetosha borehole moja in distribute maji kila mahali, kila mtu akitaka budget itataka pesa more. Unlike having piping systems to distribute that water. You get it? So I think also that is where they know. Ngetich. I think I need your attention kidogo. I think you guys also need to involve the technical team when you are sending them to go do public participation so that they can inform wananchi wakati they are doing this participation. They are well informed, wanaweka pesa wapi, kufanya nini, na hii itaenda mpaka kiwango gani. Because most of them at the time watapelekewa waambiwe pesa yenu ni 30 million. Kwa hii 30 million wangangania kila village ipate borehole. And it's not beneficial. In the long run, ina slim, alafu unapata hiyo borehole inafanywa na ina stall, haiishi. Wananchi wanaanza kupigana ati pesa yetu iliibiwa. Na waliweka 3 million and the borehole to be complete it needs 7 million. Are we together? But you are the informed people. You youth, nyinyi ndio mnafaa kuelewa nini inafanyika wapi, budgets zinakaa aje. But if you do not know, mtafunza aje wazazi wenu na waliuza ng'ombe wakupeleke wewe shule. Are we together? Hawezi uza ng'ombe wapeleke ng'ombe ingine shule. Enda ukue mtu bwana, urudi uwafunze. Ama nimedanganya? Yes. So that is where you come in. That's the second public participation. And then the third one is what we call budget estimates. Budget estimates ngetich. Inafanyongo which month? Budget estimates. Inaanza kesho. Inafanywa kesho. So hii budget estimates ni gani? Ngetich, if you can take us through that. What are they supposed to see tomorrow wakikutana huko? Sawa, atawafanyia baadaye, wacha ni atafanya baadaye. So I think after that is when now it is submitted to the county assembly, and that is on 30th April. 30th April si leo ni tarehe moja. End of this month, whatever you will do tomorrow is submitted to the county assembly. Na ikifika huko, wacha ni sasa niwafunze, wacha nifunge kitabu because hapo ndio maneno iko. Ikifika kwa county assembly, that is where, you see, county assembly kazi yao inafaa kukuwa oversight, legislation and representation. Sawa. But what they do, leo watanipiga sana kwa hiyo social media, watanitumia watu ami wanilime vibaya sana. So I expect that, waambieni I'm expecting. But what they do is that hii ikifikanga county assembly, the budget is manipulated. How is it manipulated? Wanachukua kama kitu ilikuwa wamepewa 30 million na wameambiwa wafanye projects 4. Yeye alikuwa amekuja kwa wananchi, amepromise projects 15. Na anataka zote zifanywe. Because watalimwa na nani? Na nyinyi, si ndio? That is one. Alafu pia hao wanataka kukuwa na kitu kwa mfuko. Msidhani hao watu wanatafutanga hiki kitu bure. Nimeona kuna watu wamekasirika hapa, lakini tunajua mambo inaendeleanga. Mkishapata vitu, kuna vitu inafanyikanga hapo katikati. You forget. You understand? Wanataka kitu kwa mfuko kidogo. So they allocate hiyo pesa mahali penye wanajua wanaanza enda kuchuna. Are we together? So in the process we lose the bigger picture. Remember, kuna ile bigger picture ile yenye tulikuwa tunasema tunataka hospitali ipewe dawa. Si kuna mtu amesema hapa ati tunafaa kuallocate pesa iende kwa hospitali, ndio wakienda watibiwe. Lakini hao wataenda manipulate, watoe hiyo pesa hapo kidogo, percentage kidogo, ndio ziende kwenye wanajua wanaweza pata hiyo pesa. Not to things that are going to benefit in the long run. They look at the short term benefits. They manipulate the budget. And then wanapelekea governor, wanamwambia sign. Ndio unasikianga saa zingine ana amekataa kusign. Mnasikia kuna vurugano county, ni vitu kama hiyo. Your MCS and your leadership need to be honest with you, the young people. They do not have a role in budget making process. They are not executive. Constitution imewapatia roles ngapi? 3 peke yake. Legislation, representation, na nini? Oversight. So hapo katikati hao wanatokeanga wapi? Wanatokeanga wapi? No, tunaulizana kitu ukweli. Wanatokeanga wapi? Sawa. Those are some of the things, and we also, you guys, I do not want you to go to just take my word for it. You understand? I don't want you to take my word for it. Go understand what really happens, where and how. Tuache kubeba malenge. So that kama kulikuwa na kitu, unajua kuna projects zenye tunaitanga having 30-70 effect. Unaweka 30 out of 100, it gives you 70. Like for example, if you allocate money, tuseme kama in a irrigation scheme, ya 20,000 hectares, you will feed this county. Within 5 years, umelisha kila mtu kwa hizi maboma. Ukweli ama uongo? Si Baringo tutakuwa na food. Tutakuwa tunawekwa tena kwa news tukisemekana ati hatuna chakula. Haiwezi fanyika. But they do not focus on things like that because they want to come wapate hiyo kidogo kidogo ile kuweka kwa mfuko. So tutawai grow lini? When will we grow? Hatuwezi? If we ignore what has a greater impact for these small things, we will never grow as a people. So I think I've explained back on my mali nimefikisha huyo the CEO budget is here. I explain. So I think wakili, you've understood where the issue comes, where you feel your participation is being a rubber stamp to the process. You understand? You know what a rubber stamp is? Ni kama tu umetumiwa kusil. Yeah? Wameshafanya kila kitu alafu naambiwa weka hapa kidole. Na hata hujui ni nini umeweka kidole. You understand? So, I want you people to question this is the county, so I'll talk about the MCAs. And then another thing, the policy making processes in our county is asleep. Let me just ask. We have had MCAs for the last three ninis, ndio? So wamefanya 3. Yes. So hiyo 3, yani kuna policy inasema ati mtu run biashara town na alipe tu 1,000 per year. Na wajaona. Your MCAs hawajaona. Does it make sense? Ati kila siku tunapiga kelele tunajiuliza kwa nini hii town ni chafu? Town ni chafu kwa nini? Na mko na MCA na nini? Si kuna meya, mnaitanga meya hapa. Si mko na meya na hii town ni chafu kila siku anapitanga hapo. Na anajua kuna policy yenye imelalisha pesa ya kuokotwa ndio town isafishwe na hata vijana. Nyinyi vijana sasa mkaunda group ya kutengeneza town kaange safi every week, mtashindwa. Na kila trader, as long as unafanya biashara town, you pay 400 in a month. Imewashinda? Sio ni business opportunity? Ama sio employment opportunity? You are seeing what I'm saying? Yes? Na ni policy imelalisha vitu kama hiyo. Policy. How MCAs wanaenda kukaa county, wanaenda kukaa kwa assembly instead of creating policies na kufanya kazi yao legislation, wanakuja kutupigia story na kutugonganisha sisi. Leo ninajua watatuma vijana nao nitukane online. Sana, nimetukana mara mingi na hata sijalingi. But where are the policies to guide what happens to us? Ziko wapi? What are they doing? Ikisema ni oversight, hata nyie hapo mnaelewa vile kunaenda. Si kuna noma? Si wamelala? But now, how wanajua at the end of the day, nyinyi mtapoint guns kwa nani? Governor. You will point your guns to the governor and the executive. True or false? Si ukweli? But mumeona kwenye shida iko. I think nimemaliza. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana. Let's appreciate Millie. Thank you so much, Millie. I had asked Millie to stop at 5:30. She has stopped at 5:33, so not too bad. You have met our expectations. So much about the civic education surrounding issues, public participation, issues, budget making process, and issues policy. And I'm sure as we go into the panel session, we will be able to address those issues because we are privileged. We have the chief officers who are here. The chief officer for economic planning is here with us, Bwana Michael Ngetich. Charles Kipkule is here, the chief officer public service, administration, ICT and e-government. And of course, the youth captain, Dennis Kimutai Korir, is here with us, chief officer youth affairs, gender and sports. So they are not just youth chief officers, they are youthful again. So they identify with what we are saying, and they should be in a better position to dispense of and be able to address those issues in depth. I want to stop at that kidogo. I want to invite my friend Mato. Kuja hapa kidogo, Martin. This young man, of course slightly younger than me, is an hype MC. You know, in MCing industry, we have different types of MCs. We have the corporate MCs. Those are the boring MCs like me, who rarely crack a joke. They can't dance. And then we have this gentleman here called hype MCs. People who can make people come back to life. So let me give him an opportunity as I call the following on stage so that we can have this. Of course, we have the three chief officers, and I want to also ask the young people who are here, whom we have identified to be part of the panel. I want Evans Barsongol to be upstanding, move this side. And we have, I don't know if Kenneth Kipsang is here. Kama yuko hapa, aje hapa pia. If Solomon Toroitich is here, let him also make his way this end. And Job Kelwon. Job Kelwon, are you there, Job? Yes, please. So we'll have those few gentlemen for a start. Sasa waheshimiwa mtaketi tu hapo. You'll just remain there. I will sit on this other end when this thing will be moved aside. So we'll have a conversation stretching all the way the other side. Mato will be able to help me out with the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is participatory. We will just be getting to them, and then of course we'll have a QA, a question and answer session for all of us to participate. But before that, Mato is here for 1 minute for a refresher moment.
Check 1, 2. Praise God. Sifiwe. Weka mkono. Sing me what. All right. Kwa hivyo nichukua nafasi hii niseme karibuni tena. Patia jirani yako high five, give your neighbor high five. Pea mtu high five. Na kama just smile mwambie wacha hasira bro. Yeah, look at the other neighbor kama ako fiti. All right. Now guys, I want us to be lively. I want us to get energy and to know that it's our time as youth to do this. So before tunywe soda, I want all of us to stand up. Kuna soda iko hapa, naomba kila mmoja asimame. Let's all stand up, please. Kila mtu simama. Everybody, tumezungumza kwa muda. Nipe mkono juu kidogo. Put up your hand like this. Somebody, weka mikono juu hapa. Ategisi Jehova. Weka mkono juu namna hii. Put up your right hand. Weka mkono juu. Weka mkono juu. Haya, tuende. Haya tuende hapa kidogo. Weka mikono yote juu tuende. Weka mikono juu. Mikono. Haya, makofi misi. Makofi ya Mungu. Makofi kila mtu. Haya, tuende mbio kidogo ya mkale. Tuende. Kila mtu kidogo. Let's go. Weka juu. Haya, tuamke na haya tuende chini. Tuende chini. Let's go. Haya, tuende hapa juu. Let's go. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you. Mimi ya our seats, tafadhali. Naomba tuketi. Alafu niombe our team, tafadhali. Watu wapewe soda, tafadhali. Wacha tunywe soda as we continue doing this. Nimkaribisha Mkich. Endelea.
Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi Mato. Thank you Mato. Wapi wakili? The lady who was seated here, where has she gone? She's supposed to be part of this panel. Where? Mercy, please join this team sitting here. Kwa sababu, please, yes? Yeah, thank you. Asante sana. Nafasi yako ndio hiyo. Keti hapo. Jipatia nafasi to free space. You create space for yourself. You can play some music kidogo stuff. Saa zile watu wanapewa soda. Alafu kisha tuende kwenye program yetu ya siku ya leo. So that we get back to, and then Mato, wash. So ladies and gentlemen, let us focus now this other side. As we take our soda, I don't know, I hope all of us can be able to see us from the other side. On this other side, there's some more chairs here. There is more space. Kuna nafasi ambayo inatutosha sisi sote hapa ili tuweze kufuatilia mazungumzo haya. Na kumbuka tumesema tuko moja kwa moja kwenye mtandao, we are live. And therefore, I will ask Mato pia apeane check.
Okay. Tulikuwa tunaomba wenye mko hapa juzi tuje wote tukae mahali hapa so that we be one. Let's all come this other side, please. Because of our cameras and what have you, kindly, if you are comfortable, just come. Yeah, kujeni tu hapa, alafu itakuwa vizuri.
Aya, tafadhali, let's settle down so that we can be able to begin. Let's settle down. Check 1 2. Asante. Check. Check 2. Check 1 2. Check. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I want to assume that we are ready to go. We are good to go. We are working on a few things to do with the sound system. But let us now be ready for this session. For those of us who've just joined us, this is Baringo County Youth Fiscal Forum, brought to you by Blog And of course, we are privileged to have our leaders today here and a panel discussion of young people, because this is a youth forum, and all the people who are here with us today again to be able to follow this conversation and be part of what we are going to discuss. Because we don't have a lot of time and we are behind schedule, I will allow the panelists on my immediate left to introduce themselves. Then we can have viongozi wale wako upande ule mwingine pia waweze kuji-introduce. So, ladies first.
Hello, good afternoon. It's not afternoon, it's evening. I wanted to buy you good evening. Yes, I am Marcy Quaid, and I am an advocate. I'm Massimo Quaid, and I'm an advocate.
Hello. Hello. Oh. My name is Job Kelwan, Director, Elite Studios, Kenya.
Job Kelwan and Milka Masi is here. Now try to project your voice, kidogo. Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Sang Rotich. My name is Kipsang Rotich. I'm coming from Kaptimbor. Na mimi chairman wa youth mambo na sport kidogo kwa village. Not Kaptimbor only, but I'm representing almost Kabarnet Ward, Baringo Central.
Asante sana, tumpigie makofi. Actually, let's be clapping for, I know you are taking your soda, but yeah, thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Evans Barsangol. I'm the Secretary General, Baringo Youth Forum. I'm a youth leader. I'm from Kokabartonzo Ward. I'm also a budget champion. Thank you.
Asante, tumpigie makofi.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Solomon Guptai, boda rider, and also
check.
Okay,
Check.
good evening.
Check.
My name is Michael Ngetich. I'm the Chief Officer for planning.
Good evening. Vijana, good evening.
Good evening.
Vijana wenzangu, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dennis Kimutai Korir, Chief Officer in charge of Youth Affairs, Gender and Sports.
Good evening. Good evening. Hey, good evening. Good evening. I'm Charles Kipkudai, Chief Officer Public Service, Administration, ICT and E-Government. Thank you.
Asante, tumpige makofi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is Daniel Jepcheng. I'm the officer in charge of culture. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
Dennis is my boss here, so feel welcome. This is your hall. You should endeavor to have all your meetings here going forward.
Asante sana Bwana Chepcheng, and all of us who have introduced themselves. You will just work on the sound. In next meeting to sikuwe na echo mingi sana, but it's a beautiful place to have. And of course, for those of you who've just come in, my name is Amkich Karanja. I know some of you may not have met. Some of you never have met me. I'm a teacher. I'm an event moderator. I'm also an author. I am the author of the Tales of the Savannah, for those of you who have read that book. Allow us now to go into the depth of this conversation. And I want to appreciate the audience. We have appreciated the people who are here. I now want the people who are here to appreciate the people who are on the other side of the... Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. We have a few things that we need to cover. Of course, we have addressed ourselves to the overview of public participation in the budget-making process, legal framework governing public participation, and the importance of youth involvement in governance. And our sister here, Mercy Chemutai Mokoit, has been able to substantively cover that, as much as we had issues with sound, but we were able to get the depth of it. I want to now bring you to what we want to go through, the youth-driven priorities in budget making process. That is what we want to discuss. We want to get from the young people themselves that are we really having those priorities that the young people think they need to have during the budget making process? Do we have where is the place of the young people in the budget making process? And how have we been excluded? And what are those priority areas that you think over the years they have not been given much attention? So your questions will be aligned to that so that they can be responded to from the other side. Of course, we also have the question of equitable allocation of resources and access to opportunities. When we talk about equitable, the resources that are being allocated, are they always enough? That is the question of equity. Like, not just allocating 30 million shillings for every other single project, but allocating the right amount of resources which is commensurate to the size of the project that needs to be built or constructed or developed. So that is another question, the question of equity, and of course the access to opportunities. Are the young people accessing the opportunities on matters employment, on matters tenders and all that? We will also be addressing ourselves to youth engagement in governance and the fiscal oversight. How is the fiscal policies that exist, do they guide what the expectations of the youth are? Are they aligned with what the young people think they should have? And finally, the current trends and policy recommendations. So those are the things that we'll be addressing ourselves to. But I know everyone who is here has that thing that they need to make and state as an opening remark. I will allow every one of you maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes to make their opening remarks, and then we'll go into the discussion.
Yes, so I was heading to say that the first question you asked, or the first statement you made, was, are we there yet, or are we at a place where we need to do more? I'd say that we have come from so far, and it takes a long time to build. It takes patience. It takes a lot of effort. Where we are right now is not where we were 2010 when we started this, and as we continue to grow, as we continue to find paths, because this is a new chapter that we are. The evolution just came, and we're all trying to learn. We're all trying to develop. We're all trying to figure out things. We're all trying to see where do we fit in, and especially as youth. It has come to a point where we have an awakening. So is that awakening something that, is it a jolt of like, okay, now we've discovered this is where we need to start, or like, was there a path already charted? So are we following it from the past, and then are we going forward? So I think we have a long way to go, but we are not so bad off. Me sitting here, I feel very much privileged sitting here, because it is a point where I never thought I could, but I am, because I'm making my impact. I'm making my footprints. I am making my footprints
Sure.
on the sand. I think we're not there yet.
Let's appreciate. You have mentioned that we are not there yet, but we are still learning. I will be asking whether 13 years is still not enough time for us to have figured out everything. But thank you, because you appreciate that the platform is good enough. It's happening for the first time, and we are making good progress.
Hello again.
Hello.
Yes, I'll start by a quote by Walt Disney. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing it. So the way we come here today, it shows it's a stepping stone to a milestone which you are working in. So I appreciate you guys for coming, and we need to learn more from this public participation. Okay, honestly, for you guys who has ever attended public participation, by show of hands, you see the number is quite hatuko wengi. So this is a awakening call for us youth, whoever is watching me, that we need more of this, and tomorrow we will attend the public participation wherever you are.
Asante sana kiongozi wa vijana. Sitakuuliza kama unakubaliana na yale wamesema kwamba tumefika pahali tulikuwa tunaenda. But then of course najua wewe you are a leader of a good number of young people around Kabarnet Ward. As you make your remarks, tumefika.
Mimi kama chair ama kama venye nimekanga kwa public participation mob, mimi most wazee ndo wanakuanga. But saizi hii wito wenye mumeleta kama hawa ngwana wenye wamepanga hiki kikao ya siku ya leo kwa kuongea na vijana, I think this is the way to go, na hii ndio njia yenye kama vijana tutapata ile kitu yenye tulikuwa tumeongojea, ama kitu ile matunda yenye wengine kuna mahali zingine nadhani wako mbele sana. Sisi kama I think Baringo Central bado tuko nyuma kidogo. So saizi naona tukienda mbele.
Asante sana. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Barsongol.
Mark Twain said, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. So I think the issue of devolution started way back in 2013. Right now, we're in the third generation of CIDP. And for me, I would say in terms of youth representation, we are somewhere. Because if you look at 2013 to up to where we are right now, the baby step, we've made those steps, and right now we're going quite far. If you look at the budget documents, Kechi Karanja, you would probably see the youth matters in budget making process. The youth have been involved, but not so that much. But for us to be here today and discuss matters youth engagement in public participation, that's a very big step. And I'm pretty sure from here going forward, we're going to have more engagements and young people to participate meaningfully in upcoming years to come. Otherwise, for me, I would say as a youth leader, since 2019, we've made very big steps. And from where we're going right now, we are going to transition. The young people are going to participating actively and meaningfully. And for me, I would say it's a very big step. And I'm looking forward for more engagements in future.
Thank you, Evans. Thank you, Evans. We can have Solomon.
Okay, thank you. Asanteni. Mimi nimefurahi na ni mzuri kuwaona. Sisi wengine huwa tunaenda public participation, huwa tuwaone, lakini I think it is awakening call sisi tuanze kuenda public participation. Na pia public participation champions karibu wana lose hope kwa sababu uwezi pata hizo documents. Most of the time unaenda kupitisha tu kuraba stamp, ukisha raba stamp watu wanaenda kufanya kazi. So it's high time tuende tukienda kuallocate pesa hiyo public participation, tukishamaliza pia tuko na right pia ya kupewa documents, hata ya kuona BQ ya ile kazi, hata ya kujua ile project zimepitishwa na progress na venye iko.
Asante sana. I think we are getting to know that there's still low numbers for the young people in the public participation forums. So we will be asking ourselves, hata sisi kama vijana tujichune na tujiulize kwa nini we are not going for public participations. And then going forward, kuanzia kesho tutaona kama vijana kweli they mean it or we just say it and tunasema na hatutendi. Let's cross over to the other side. Tupate Chief Officer Economic Planning aweze kujintroduce na pia afanye opening remarks yake.
Okay, thank you so much. Bwana Amgich, youth, once again, good evening. Okay, I want to also say that you are most welcome to this forum, and As your colleagues have said, that you want your voices to be heard. And the only way for your voices to be heard is through such forums. Are you getting involved? Since the devolution 2013, me personally have been in this county, Baringo, and you realize that some programs may not have been, we didn't get it well at some point because those who were actively involved in those programs were actually only wazes. And if you see the programs from 2013, maybe until around 2020s, you realize that programs touches across ng'ombe ya wazee. Those days when you were going for public participation, utaona dips ni mingi sana, walikuwa nasema tunataka dip hapo, tunataka nini hapo. But when you looked at youth participating in those programs, I can actually say, yeah, it was so low until sometimes back when you elected your representatives, including these guys who are here. That was at the time when we got a good number of youth, and from the areas where I participated, they were given funds. Like a good example, when I went to a public participation forum in Eldamaravin, Lembus Perkera, waliongea mpaka wakasema peni hao hiyo pesa wanataka, and they were given. So it is actually you. Can you make sure you are heard? Ensure that your priorities are well put, and you also hold the office bearers accountable. It's not about identifying those needs, but you should make those who are in various offices to be accountable. That is the most key thing that you should also be doing. It's not a matter of us saying this is what we want, and then you leave it at that point. I know when you talk about budget preparation from formulation stage until audit and evaluation, you should be involved in all those stages. So I think this is the first forum in the sub-county, and I think when you mobilize yourselves actively like this, become very objective like I've seen, then we will get it right. So maybe when we will get another opportunity, youth programs is not about Danish alone. It is actually cross-cutting.
Thank you.
It is cross-cutting. There are some economic empowerments across all the departments. So maybe we will share moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chief Officer. Maybe before Youth Captain says anything, I want to introduce you to a very important part of the audience, the online audience that are watching us live. This program is being aired live, and we have a huge audience that is following. We want to appreciate. We can clap for the people who are following. We appreciate your following. Asanteni sana. Back to you, Youth Captain, your opening remarks.
Thank you, Amkich. Once again, my fellow youth, good evening. I want to say, and I want to pick from where my colleague left. We are told that we are the majority, as per the statistics, that the youth are the majority. Now, when you connect that majority with what devolution gave us, you know, devolution gave us the opportunity as a people to decide on what we want the government to do for us. That's why we have public participation, right? That is a very powerful tool for us because it's an opportunity for us to allocate resources to those things we think that they are of important or they are priority to us. Now, there is a missing link between our numbers and the resources we get as young people. And that's why when we came into office, the first thing we were doing, and I want to thank my colleague for for economic planning is that we've started these forums. Last year we did, I think, 2 forums. We did one in Lomanira and another one here. And it was live on most of the social media handles. And the purpose of this is for us to have a discussion prior to public participation, to create that awareness, to tell the young people that the chief officer who is sitting here is waiting for the priorities that you put in that budget making process. Ile pesa mimi napangia kazi hapa juu ni ile nyinyi wenyewe mume prioritize. I don't have money here, but I wait for what you prioritize in those public participation. That's why I have this document called CFSP, the County Fiscal Strategy Paper for Financial Year 2025-2026. This one highlights what the wananchi, prioritize during the first public participation. When I'm seated here, I know across the county that in certain ward, they've allocated money for youth empowerment or sports. And in other words, they've not allocated. And that's why we're having this conversation today, so that also we can see how we can up our game and participate in this upcoming public participation. So we'll be sharing more, but for now, karibuni sana. Asante.
Asante. Thank you so much, Chief. Let's have Chief Officer Charles Kipkule.
Asante sana Mkich. Once again, good evening. I think I'll start first by applauding the organizers of this event today. This is, to me, a milestone. For a very long time, our budgeting process has been executive-centric, and a lot of it is done only within the executive and at the assembly. Today, I'm seeing something totally different. And I think all of us, when I scan this room, with a sense of a lot of joy in my heart, about a year ago, some of us were in very serious agitation. 1 year ago, or some few months. And the same demographic, all of us are here today, not agitating outside there, but sitting together and having a conversation on how to drive development and our own empowerment as the people of Baringo, and specifically as the youth. So it is a good place to be. And I want to appreciate that, and to very, very much appreciate the block and all of those who have been involved to put this together. And also to appreciate the work that my friend, my colleague, and my brother, the youth captain, has been doing to work together, to bring us together towards these platforms. So to the discussion of the day, for a very long time, our budgeting process, as my colleagues have said, and all of us agree, has not been youth sensitive. And there are many reasons to that. One of them probably will be that, do we conduct our public participation in a manner that is not youth friendly? Are we not utilizing other platforms like ICT, social media, and even such platforms like this, which are youth friendly spaces for us to advocate for the issues of the youth? So also, as we speak so much about the beauty of what is happening now, it is a profound recognition that for us to learn that, we also need to shift from traditional public participation methods to more youth-friendly and youth-sensitive public participation processes, which allow the youth an opportunity to freely articulate the issues and also ventilate in a better way. So we are in a very good place as Baringo, and I only wish that we are able to sustain this. So for me, my message to the youth is that it begins with organizing ourselves. And this has happened. That is why we are here today. After we organize, we participate in the process. And when we participate, we'll realize gains. And going forward, it will be now expanding and enhancing these gains, protecting what we have gotten, and making it bigger. I look forward to a day when the Department of Youth will be one of the big departments. You know, sometimes even in national government, there are departments which are called super departments. super ministries, super departments. So when the youth are the biggest, constitute the majority, it is only natural that they should attract or control the biggest budget, because development, as my colleague Ngetich said, for the youth is not just sports development or these narrow activities that we can only lump before the office of the Department of Youth. Youth development cuts across every sector. It is in agriculture, it is in trade, it is in cooperatives, it is in education, it is in ICT, it is everywhere. So the wish that I have is for us to see these gains being realized across, being able to coordinate all of them and protecting them. And I'm a chief officer for ICT. Similar to the fact that youth programs have suffered, ICT has always been considered as a secondary department, and it is seen mainly as an internal service provider. So ICT budgets for a very long time has been about procuring computers, maintaining networks, just to ensure things work inside. But ICT, where we are right now, is an enabler of youth empowerment. If we invest in ICT programs and ICT development initiatives, you are investing directly in development of the youth. So I'm very happy to be here today, and also profoundly very happy to see the diversity in this room, that every voice matters and all of us have been brought together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Let's sustain this. Asante sana.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much. Let's have yes, please.
Thank you, Bwana Mkich. I think you are not fair to me because you started with my seniors, the Chief Officer Economic Planning, Youth and Administration. Being their junior, it was not fair for me to speak last.
It is where you've sat. That has
okay, so,
betrayed you.
First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate the organizers of this event. I think this is one of its kind. It's an organized forum. And before I say much, before I came to this office, I was working as administrator in this county. And I was a key stakeholder in the budget making processes. All public participations, we've been doing it at the ward level, engaging all stakeholders. But truly, youth, the voice of the youth have not been captured. And I think this is a call that we need to wake up so that we take our opportunities. You said we want to talk about the voice of the youth. It is true, our voice is still low. We want to be heard in public forums. We also need to see what are the policy frameworks which favors the youth, so that when we put resources, it is well guided. I think that is very important. And finally, I know public participation, budget making process is not two-man affair or three. It is an engagement which goes from executive, the people, the executive arm of government, and assembly. Sometimes we encounter a situation where we may put a budget on a given item, and when you go to the other side of the assembly, you realize that budget is not there. So I think we need, the way the Chief Officer Economic Planning said, we need to engage all through. We engage, even when the budget goes to assembly, we should be actively participating there, because that is where the road meets the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that is good enough for the introductory part. And I have been able to capture a few issues that we need to discuss in this panel. And you see, the public participation forums begin tomorrow. Mercy. I have read and even seen people, young people, in the WhatsApp forums that we have in the county. Whenever we ask ourselves that we are going for the public participation, the first question from the young people especially, and I'm not being unfair to the Gen Zs, you will find a question that is thrown, kuna soda. Kuna kiti ya kukalia. You see, we are talking about a question of priority. And do we have our priorities right before we throw the stones on the other side? I want a response from all of us here, just in 30 seconds. Do you think we have the priorities right?
I think half and half. Half and half, because most of us, I can't say most of us, that's the wrong term, but some of us do want these things to happen. And the other part of us, they just want soda. And that's a really wrong trajectory and a very bad habit that has been cultured, that has been growing, that has been taking over. And it's just upon time that tuache kuitisha chai, tuache kuitisha soda, tuache kuitisha kitu kidogo, and just focus on what is better for us.
So we end up missing the point.
Exactly.
Keluan.
Okay, for me, I see it's deeply rooted. God forbid, but I see born a Kenyan, you're naturally corrupt. I don't know why. Because you've been top, have not been less top 20 or top 4.
It's not even, Keluan Kidogo, yeah. It's not even the question of corruption that we are addressing. I'm addressing the readiness for the young people to go sit and discuss issues that are very critical, and not just asking whether there will be a chair or a public address system or a bottle of soda.
Okay, it does go with what I've been saying.
Yeah, sure.
So, because honestly, from the point of view, I see as young as we were from a small age, we've been seeing that kuna soda. You're going to sodas were prioritized in an event. Usually go for an event, soda unataka tu soda. You see, so it's I see it's connected with that what I've been pointing out. Yeah.
Asante. Chairman, ukiambia watu yako ya ball watokee mkutano ya public participation. Swali lao la kwanza inakuanga nini?
Venye umesema, I think nimekushikanisha vizuri. Obvious, naona wakati unakutana ama wakati unakaa na youth chini. Obvious. Ya kwanza watakuambia tukienda hapo mambo itakuwa sawa. Hiyo ni the truth yenye iko. Then mimi Kenya ningependa kabisa kwa sababu tuko hapa kama youth. I'm very sure tuko hapa hivi wenye tumerepresent ama wenye tumekuja kurepresent wenzetu wenye wao wanaweza kuwa huko kwa village ama. So kesho to make sure pia na hawa wanapata hiyo information yenye tumetoa hapa kama youth leaders wenye tuko hapa siku ya leo. Tukiwapatia information au wakikuja huko, hiyo mambo ya kusema lazima tukae na namna hii, hiyo itakuwa imekwisha. Watakuja wakiwa na agenda ya youth kwa youth.
Asante sana. Barsongol.
To me, I think from experience, maybe by this day was a public participation. I have never missed public participation since 2019. And from experience, young people, if you tell them to go to public participation, wanasema, iko kitu, iko allowances, unapewa kitu. Even today, when we're here, and I know can attest to that, tulikuwa point nje tu watu wanasema like, hey, hapa bro, kuna kitu, tunapewa kitu baadaye, kuna soda. So at the end of the day, we will end up complaining that young people are not being included in public participation, yet we are the problem. But I can give you an example, a living example, and I think it was what I mean when I was a youth leader at Kabartonjo. Nilienda public participation. And by the public participation is all about numbers. Kama amko wengi, wanasema vijana muinue mkono. Niliinua mkono peke yangu, I think we were 3. Nikaambia kijana, enda tafuta vijana wenzako wakuje public participation. And by the way, public participation wanapeana 30 million per ward. 30 million unatoa 5 million inaenda O&M. 25 million inaenda baki. 25 million wanagawa to the projects. For example, where I come from, allow me to give me just one more minute to explain this. Kabartonjo, where I come from, tunapewa 5 million. 25 million tuko na 10 sublocations. Kufika 10 sublocations, wazee wanasema every sublocation ni pesa yake. Every sublocation 25 divided by 10 ngapi? Inabaki na 2.5 million. Seriously 2.5 million inasaidia nini? That is why I like the way you said that there's a cost reference tool that watu wanafaa kufunzwa. Ukienda public participation, ukiweka pesa ya project, for example, kama the Youth Empowerment Center. Youth Empowerment Center to complete that project inataka 5 million. Watu wanasema pesa imekuliwa. So it's very important for us to be participating, and especially young people. Even today, You can see the numbers. Ukienda town pale sasa kuna vijana wamejaa mahali, wamepiga tu burudani, but we're here discuss very important things yenye pia inawahusu. So
Sure.
the problem is hard for the young people to participate maybe.
So we are owning up as young people that we also have a problem on our side. Yes, Toroitich.
I think niko na shida na youth because ukiangalia numbers yenye iko hapa, numbers don't lie. Sababu kama tungekuwa tunataka kupitisha saa hii budget yetu ya county tukiwa hapa saa hii, ama tunataka kuandika kitu ya maana saa hii, youth wengi wako huko. Leo politician akipita hapo akisema, kiwasalimia wako hapo juu wanajua kitu itapita. So wengi wetu hatuendangi public participation, wengi wetu. Mimi wanaenda public participation, we are karibu tuna lose hope, sababu tunaenda public participation, tunaenda kupitisha, tunarudi tena tunawapea information, mnatukejeli, unaona. So I think it's high time. Hata mkisema Gen Z cannot go, hawezi enda mahali on a normal course. These are normal course. Tukiwa hapa, these are normal course. Hii inatufaidi sisi, lakini usipoamuka usacrifice time yako ukuje mahali kama hapa, hakuna kitu unafanya. So it's high time tuongeleshane pia, sababu hii mambo yote huko nje, ile kazi tunafanya yote, ile budget tumepitisha, ile pesa tumepitisha, ile priorities tumeweka, ile inatusaidia.
Asante sana. Nafikiri Chief, youth captain, is that how you end up not getting enough money because we are not going into the public participation? What do you think we need to do to change the attitude of these young people to be present in the public participation, give you money, because you can't allocate money, it is from our end. Na wazee wakisema sisi tunataka borehole, tunataka deep, we miss out on the changing rooms for the football clubs, we miss out on the other resources. What do you think? What's your response? Because now we are owning up.
Thank you, Kich, and I want to confirm what our panelists here have said about our participation, and it's true. And I want to, people think that hii mambo ya public participation si kitu ya ukweli. I've shown you this document is CFSP, na nimepewa na my colleague economic planning, a summary of what wananchi wamesema across the county, right? Now, there is a story I want to give you, a scenario. I went to certain ward in this county. I will not mention which ward. During public participation. Na nikafika pale, nikaongea, nikapeana opening remarks, nikaomba vijana, nikawaambia iko hivi na hivi, nikawaeleza zile vitu wanafaa kuprioritize ya mambo empowerment. Za zile natoka, because nikaji-excuse I was going to another public participation. Kuna vijana wakanifuata. Wakaniambia, Chief, tutapataje mambo ya sports equipment? You see? Niambia su tusaidie. Now we are in the process, we are at exact point mahali pesa inagawiwa kuwekwa hiyo, but hawaamini kwamba that is where inawekwa. Wanafikiria kwamba chief officer ndiye ako nayo. So wakanifuata mpaka gate, wakaniambia, Chief, nataka utusaidie hivi na hivi na hivi. Now the point is at least we are somewhere. I know tumetoka mahali ilikuwa ngumu kidogo, but through this constant engagement with the young people, opening up conversation, making this office, because most of the time nafanyanga meetings hapa mpaka late sana, ya vijana kuongea na wao mahali naenda. Every other time nikienda anywhere in this county naambianga vijana tuendeni public participation. Let us allocate resources. So I want to confirm to you, and as a department, we are putting on strategies to make sure that we have the young people participating. One of the strategies is this one. Partnering with people like Block, who can organize such a forum, having online discussion. And my colleague mentioned that we cannot continue doing our public participation just the way we did in 2013, right? Most of these young people, they are not in their respective wards. Utapata mtu ako Kabarnet, but anatoka kule Emning. Melewa. So we are still also thinking as a government, how can we make sure that that voice of a young person in Kabarnet and who is from emaining can be captured. Umeelewa? So that ile priorities zake ile alikuwa naona ikuwe captured na reflect what is needed for ground.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Asante sana, Chief. I think we have been able to address that. Chief Officer ICT, do we have an opportunity in the future for young people to participate? Hata wanafunzi wa university waweze kuwa present for public participation, maybe virtually, so that we don't have Barsongola alone in Kabartonjo raising his hand. Of course, I'm not sure whether wazee watakubali kuwa watu wenye wako screen real people ama ni so what do you think we need to gap this to fill the gap?
Thank you. My thinking will be that currently the challenge you face is that the law on public participation has not been enacted at county level, which is something that we'll aspire to. And once we develop that law, we also will go down to develop regulations, which will then spell out how we give life to those specific provisions of that particular bill or act on public participation. And since at county level we are making laws that are alive to our context as a county, then we'll have an opportunity to enhance that public participation law to expand the scope of public participation beyond the requirement right now that we only are required to publish those dates in a daily, a newspaper of national circulation, and specify the date, a physical location. What we can do is we retain that because it is also very important, but expand. So for me, from where I sit, the opportunity lies in future legislative gains that remain unachieved. Part of it will be as Baringo County enacting a public participation act that will then go very specific and address these challenges. And I think Mercy, our lawyer, may help us here with more. I speak from an administrative point of view, and that is where you say, the lawyer say, this thing is as clear as mud. So you wonder, these are provisions that can be tweaked to make such provisions. The challenge right now is the law as it is does not have that provision. And again, yet, there is no harm. I remember when COVID came, so many things had to be done differently. And I think I'm among part of those who participated in a WhatsApp online public participation exercise for the assembly. And it was deemed valid because of the challenge of the time. So the challenge is that the laws have not clearly spelled out what we need to do. And our thinking is still at that traditional level that tukae chini ya mti, then we discuss and we do it, but there is opportunity going forward.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, and just to add that
yes.
In ICT, I'm not just in charge of ICT, there is a component called e-governance. E-government basically means how do we utilize ICT and digital platforms to deliver government services and also make processes of public administration more effective and efficient. One of it will be if you are able as a county to put in place infrastructure and also invest in e-government systems that can allow us to, among other things, conduct public participation through digital platforms, then that e-government department where I head becomes very important, and that is a discussion that you've already had.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. I think that was important from your end. The Chief Officer for Economic Planning, the question of equity and the equitable allocation of resources. Now that we have a challenge of allocating them at the public participation, and then the question of young people not getting enough money to fix what they need to have them fixed on the ground, because you know, you may not be present on the ground, then you are getting to allocate inadequate resources to a specific project touching on the young people. How does that get to be addressed?
Thank you, Bwana Amgit. That's a good question. Apart from the public participation, there's the issue of equity that we do advise. Like the ceilings that is before us in the county fiscal strategy paper. At times when you go for public participation with or without few people, we're also very considerate. But that's not enough, and I'm not saying that you should not participate. So that we ensure that there is that equity, that the resource envelope for development, we ensure that all the sectors or all the departments in the county government at least are allocated a resource. And from what you collected from the recent public participation, and if you have seen the ceilings for the Department of Youth, for example, they have a ceiling which has actually doubled from the previous financial year. And that's not enough. I said initially that youth programs is not only held by your youth captain here, Dennis. It is across all the departments. When you go to agriculture, for example, and that is where we have the key focus for the national government as per the budget policy statement, is actually the issue of value addition. And who are these people who should be strategically placed in that value chain? It's actually you people. It's the youth. How are we placed ourselves? Like my colleague from the Department of ICT has just said, there is the issue of digital economy. Are we really equipped? What is this digital economy? I know your youth captain sometimes back when we had a big function here, which was attended by, was it
Dennis Itumbi,
you remember?
Butita, yes.
Ile maneno aliongea yote, I don't know who has implemented even one. It may not require a lot of funding, but hiyo kuja kufungua mawazo zetu ilikuwa ya maana sana, kufungua akili zetu. And one of you amesema kuna lack of information, which is actually very key. So when you look at our county programs and in budgeting, it is actually youth programs are touching across all the departments. I've said about the value chain in agriculture, tuko na kahawa. Kahawa ni gold. If you go to central Kenya, kahawa inachungwa na bunduki. I don't know whether you are aware of that. Kahawa inachungwa na bunduki, and we are lucky here in Baringo. The highland parts of Baringo is actually producing the best coffee in Kenya. And a kilogram, it goes up to 700 shillings. You do, if you can, as youth, like Kaprobita, those who come from Kaprobita, what? Did you come work up? Wako, Kaprobita. Muko. Yes. In Kaprobita ward, for example, I think the coffee plantations, nurseries, wako na kahawa about 250,000, which will be sold at around 50 shillings to, not 50 to 100 shillings per tree. Now, as youth, I don't know kama tuko na mashamba ya kuweka. Hata kama hakuna shamba, we can be somewhere in the value chain. Mambo ya breeding, hapo ndio mahali pesa imewekwa. It may not benefit you directly, but you should place yourself somewhere strategically through what my colleague Kipule has said. Digitally, nyinyi muko na hiyo uwezo kutumia mazimu zenyu. And I understand ile kazi simu inaweza fanya, we are not even utilizing 10% ya ile kazi iko nayo. So maybe I can talk about the skill. Maybe you don't have that skill. And that's a challenge to us. How can you benefit from that skill? Kama kuleta watu kama Dennis Itumbi na wale wengine ambao wanaweza kutuweka kwa hiyo digital economy. Tourism, for example. Baringo County, for example, we are actually we are supposed to be soon we will be accredited as as a Chiopa County. So when you say Chiopa, what will be our role as youth? What roles are we putting in the Department of Tourism so that we place ourselves strategically to earn from the tourism sector? It's not only about what the Department of Sports does. There are other departments which you as youth can participate to ensure that resources are put so that we position ourselves to reap from those sectors. Even the road, at a barabara it can benefit you as a youth again, economically. Maybe kuna resource, unajua hii barabara ikifunguliwa, kuna program which are youth friendly. Na barabara ikifunguliwa, as a youth, you will benefit. So like tourism sector, when you say Baringo is to become a Chiopa County, how do we influence budget so that we ensure that most resources are put in those geosite areas? I have had an opportunity to go to Ngorongoro in Tanzania, and the number of tourists who go to Ngorongoro per day, ya siku moja, ile revenue wanapata inashinda yetu ya Baringo County. So how are we influencing that budget as youth so that it can benefit us? When we talk about Baringo, our revenue streams, because when I was with my colleague here, at times when I am with him, when he's focusing on your youth programs, the resource envelope is so little, it's not enough to meet these needs. Needs towards your programs are so huge. But when he tells me, then I also share with him that in this county, we have not exploited our tourism potential. So what did we do? It is actually all of us to influence resources towards those tourism potential areas, so that as we position ourselves to be a Chiopa County, then tourists will come. When you get that large number of tourists coming to Baringo, and I know you are aware, all of you, that tourism is a service department, and that is where youth, you can reap a lot from that sector. Sure. So as we plan all these activities, let's open our minds, focus on your specific target areas across all the departments. Which areas can we put resources so that indirectly we can earn? When you talk about job creation, there are jobs which are direct. Kama sisi hapa, hata Amgich, wako na direct employment. What about the majority? Sure. In Kenya, those who are employed, when you have a pay slip, are less than 2 million. What about the others? The adults of about 30 million people, where are they getting their income? It is because it is actually from those other sectors. Hizo zingine ambayo tumeweka pesa na ikitoka pale, hata cotton, hiyo kahawa nimesema, mambo ya wanyama. Kuna wale, when we were in Kimale the other time, we saw a youth, a young man mwenye anauza mbuzi online, and I've been following him. So if we don't produce, if you don't put money in production, hiyo kijana atapata where will he get his income kama hakuna wanyama ambaye farmers wameproduce? Na si lazima ikuwe mkulima. As a youth, you can also be a farmer. This morning when I was coming along the way, I just met a young guy, and I had a discussion. And he said, I was actually discussing about hiyo kahawa ya Kaprapita. He said, 2 years ago, he planted 60 coffee trees. And this year, he got bonus of 21,000. Na alisema sio hiyo peke yake. Na ni miti ngapi? 60. So let's focus on those areas so that as we do marketing kwa ile platform nyingine, kuna wale ambao wanafanya nini? Wana produce. Na when you talk about agriculture as a backbone, tunaweza ona haina pesa, lakini hapo ndio mahali iko nini? iko pesa.
Sure.
Iko pesa kwa agriculture. So let's, as
Thank
we
you.
discuss around these budgeting issues,
Mhm.
let's not look at things alone. Let's look at all the sectors where if we put money, it will talk.
Thank you.
The CRA, for example, a minute, are
Mhm.
saying Baringo County has a revenue potential of 2 billion. Around my do we collect in a year? We are collecting less than 400 million. So for us to get funding to support your programs, sisi wote, we must support revenue collection. Because maybe if I get another opportunity, I can give you the breakdown of our Baringo County budget. It may look so huge, but when you subdivide into economic classification and then into departments, you're better in Asia. Our budget's around 8 billion for next year. Salaries alone takes over 4 billion. Kuna operations, kuna madawa. So ukitoa hiyo ya madawa, we remain with around 2.3 billion to do development. Na ukijaribu kugawa barabara, maji, health, ya madawa, hizo zote, you realize hii pesa ni kidogo sana. But we must prioritize well.
Thank you, Chief. Asante. That has been quite long and very informative. The question of equitable allocation of resources. But even as we get into that, there was an issue of legislation on the future of bringing everyone on board on issues public participation. But then before we go that, as you think about it, Barsongol, there is access to opportunities. Do you think the young people are, you know, there are those issues of tenders, open tenders, and then there are those for persons with disability, there are those for young people. What's your experience with opportunities for young people, not just on issues, tenders, but everything else that happens? You've heard about the question of tourism, but how are young people getting involved in even disseminating information out there that we have a great county of diversity, and how are they being given an opportunity to even build themselves online, to capacity build? Maybe you can address that. And of course, there was the issue of policy. Remember when this government came into power, let's call it power for now, there was no extent, I don't know if there existed a youth policy. And I don't know whether it is there now or how far are we in getting a youth policy. Address that in 2 minutes, and then we can have the rest of us having it, then we'll have a response from the other side.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. To me, the issue of access to government opportunities. Since the current government came into power, the government of His Excellency Boy, through our CEO and CC. Actually, the CC, the department is a youth. This career, the youth captain is also a youth. And I think since they came into power, there has been so much progress. There's issues of access to government opportunities by the young people. I don't think we've managed to get access to that because right now we don't have a policy. We don't have a legal framework guiding on how that access is to be implemented. But as we speak, I think Chief will address that. We have a zero draft youth policy. It's in progress. We've done the zero draft. We've collected the views of young people, and it's in an advanced stage. I think I interacted with the Chief Officer and said the issue of funding, and it should go to assembly. You know, assembly in anapitisha sheria. So once it passed to the assembly, and then the governor will assent into becomes a law. But the Constitution, of course, gave powers to the young people through Article 55 of the issue of the youth. But we realized that the young people, you don't have that information. We lack information. Information is power. The young people don't know how the process, how to go about. But we had discussed with the previous, with the governor, and he said, we'll have an MOU with the bank. Unaweza pewa contract ya 5 million ama 1 million kama young person, but you don't have the money to ufanya hiyo kazi. So the county government can enter an agreement with the bank so that ukipewa contract ya 1 million, hiyo bank itakupatia hiyo pesa ufanye contract, ukishamaliza unalipwa banki inakata pesa yake, interest yake, wewe unabaki na profit yako. Those was a very good one. If you are able to do that, then I'm very sure the young people will get those opportunities. But currently, wazee wanatumia kampuni, they register companies using the young people. And then they do the tenders, all that stuff. And then wanatumia vile kampuni za vijana. So unakuta ukienda kwa departments, for example, even I can attest to that, all the departments kuna vijana, unakuta vijana wamepewa contracts. But in the actual contractors, si vijana, ni wazee wanatumia makampuni za vijana kufanya nini? Contracts. So I don't know how that was going to be addressed. Whether it's the thorn in the flesh, it needs something to immediate intervention. Otherwise, in terms of opportunities, employment opportunities, that one is also a big problem, not only in Baringo, but Kenya at large. But we've seen recently, like last year, the county government employed young people, the Department of Agriculture, if I'm not wrong. Even currently, I'm very much aware that there's a recruitment process going on for revenue staff, like clericals and others. But I believe 90% of those will be employed by the young people. So I think in terms of opportunities, yes, they're there. Though the process, we need to, this young people to get by merit. Because I'm a merit in a manager, if someone graduated way back in 2010, anapewa opportunity afanya kazi. Kuliko mtu kwa 2020 afanya kazi na kuna mtu amekaa for long. Here we need to look at the need base, like someone from a humble background. Mtu ametoka humble background, anapewa opportunity afanya kazi. But we look at all the issues of kujuana and all of that stuff. But we don't want to get there, but we're hoping that the county government will do that on merit so that young people can access these opportunities.
Thank you, Evans. Asante sana. We are trying to rush because we don't have enough time. I want maybe Chief, on the question of, you've mentioned the zero draft policy, the stage at which we are. Maybe you can address that in half a minute, then we can proceed. And then culture department, you will also be telling us maybe to what extent are young people involved in the issues that surround the Department of Culture within this county before we get to hear from Mercy. So, Chief.
Thank you, Amkich, and thank you, my brother Evans. The issue of youth policy, I think it's something that has been in discussion for long. And you know, the likes of Evans and the entire team of Baringo Youth, County Youth Forum, they were supposed actually to be a very active and vibrant organization or youth forum. But because we don't have a policy in place, we cannot have clear structures. I think there's somebody who asked about youth structures. We were supposed to have the youth policy so that it can anchor the youth forum and the youth leadership so that it is well structured with resources and offices. But you see now, because we don't have something to anchor that youth structure, kina Barsongol bado wako nje, we cannot fund them, we cannot give them an office because we don't have a policy in place. Now, the issue of policy is something that when I came into office, I thought it will be one of the things I will just do immediately. But, you know, we are in a society that doesn't understand much about policies. Let's be honest. We still think the brick and mortar way, that unless you see a kettle dip, of getting these youth issues done is through the public participation, because pale mnapewa leeway to decide kenye mnataka kufanya. Now the remaining ni sisi hapa juu kufix. Na vile Ngetich amewaambia, hapa juu tuko na competing priorities. Umeelewa? Leo ukiambiwa kuna dawa hospitali, na mimi chief officer hapa niko hapa nasukumana na youth policy, ni gani itaenda kwanza? Sinivo?
Yeah, sure.
So those are the challenges we are facing, and we must be honest with ourselves.
Sure.
Umeambiwa mambo ya wage bill, it's almost actually it's 4 billion. Umeelewa? So anyway, it's all is not lost. Even today, when we were seated here, I was discussing with Ngetich kwamba hii policy tutatoa wapi tuweke mahali. We are still finding a way so that we can finish that one. Let me summarize. Yes. Kuna kitu mention about the 30% and the AGPO. Access to government procurement opportunities. Yes. And as the chief officer in charge of youth, I always make sure that your percent imetimizwa, as in it is we get to that mark of 30%. And Charles knows there was a time when we were drafting a report to the Senate. Na tulikaa chini tukiangalia kila department. But now the issue is, on our side as chief officers, what we do is we do something called procurement plan. We don't do procurement ourselves. There is a department for procurement. But we do something called procurement plan. In that procurement plan, for example, we make sure that we meet the 30% and even above, especially for my department. Lazima ipite 30%. But the issue is, hii tenda zikipeanwa. Kwa sababu mimi nikienda pale, nikiangalia statistics, naambiwa hii ilienda kwa youth. But in the reality, ile nani amesema, a youth company inapewa, but wale watu wa kuimplement sio youth. Sinivo? Now, nilikaa chini nikafikiria, how can we solve that issue so that we can be true to ourselves? And I started engaging the youth fund. And we've had discussion with the CEO to see how we can partner as a government and the youth fund, so that every other time a young person akipewa tenda pale ya 2 million, anatumia ile LPO kwenda kusecure funding that can be accessed within 2 weeks na akuja afanye hiyo kazi. So that shida yetu isikue, unajua sasa saa zingine hata unaona mtu kutaka kumsaidia, they take long time to even to implement hiyo kazi. But with that partnership, which my boss, His Excellency, is pursuing seriously, tukisaidiana, I hope very soon tutakuwa tumeandikiana an MOU so that we can allow the young people of Baringo to access funding for their projects, and we guarantee as government. Thank you.
I think that is some great takeaway from this panel discussion. From the Department of Youth, I see. You can say something so that we can have mercy. We have a few issues on matters legislation and how the youth can participate in some of those other things. Departments, there are those departments which look very quiet and non-involving, especially with the young people. And maybe the information is not out there for the youth to be able to participate. And how can they be assisted? Sometimes kuna vijana wako na wanataka kuimba, wanataka kutengeneza wimbo, wanataka kuwa content creators. It goes into maybe even profiling our culture as the people of Baringo. Maybe you address that, and then after mercy, we'll also give you an opportunity, the audience, to maybe ask a few questions before we come back to this panel, and then we call it a day.
Thank you, Bwana Programa. Yes, it is true. In this department, we have subsections. My chief officer for youth and sports has spoken. We also have a subsection of culture and social services in this department. And to be honest to you, the Department of Culture and Arts is one of the departments which is also underfunded in this department, subsector. And it is a department which hosts the youth artists of this county. Those who participate in music, participate in festivals, we organize programs, music. And the reason is still goes back to, I think it is an awareness or a lack of knowledge that this is a department which needs to evolve so that we engage youth on music, for example. So there is still a lot to be done. And this goes back also to policy. As we speak, we don't have a policy for the artists in this county yet. We don't have even a draft, but as a subsector, we are on the process of developing a culture policy which will integrate issues of culture and the artists. I think we have a draft that we are developing, but it is not yet ready. But I want to urge the youth who are in this hall to appreciate that culture is shifting. When you see the culture of people a long time ago and today, it is different. We have a culture shift. We have contemporary issues which are changed, and we need to go back to remember how we used to work and ensure we document and give those things for our future generations. That means we should also put resources to document our culture. Last week here, there was some council of elders who did some election, and they were very furious. Where is our youth in this issue of culture? Because these are the people which information should transmit to them. So I want to say, we need, when we go to public participation, we should also put resources, because that is where we will get the opportunity to assist the youth to evolve. For instance, in this hall, we have a theater hall in this. It is not yet ready, but we have a theater in this. This is a theater hall. Kuna mahali pa kurecord music. Kuna so many sections in this hall. Ikikuwa complete, ni mahali youth wanakuja kunoa skills yao waende mbele. So it is true, we still have very low participation as such, and I think going forward, we endeavor to engage the young people, and I want you guys to come. Organize yourselves. There was an incident last year, I think last year, we had a Kimalel court auction, and a group of youth came. They don't have a structure, they don't have an organization, but they want to organize an event. They want to organize an event. I think it gave me a lot of problems as the director in charge of culture, and those are the things we want to, going to the future, we want every group to organize themselves. Let us get your proposals right so that we get to move forward. And I think people like Block are much far ahead. And that is where we want to go. But we will endeavor to partner together to ensure mambo ya culture, mambo ya wasanii imeinuliwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. I think that is what we wanted to hear. And of course, we will still have reactions from this end. Let me bring back Mercy. Chief Officer Charles has said sometimes we want to move one step, two steps forward, and then there is a barrier called the law. Do we have hope in the future?
Yes, of course, because we as sovereign have entrusted. We as sovereign have already entrusted the people who have been elected, or the people who we have elected, to make laws for us, so that it can govern us in our trajectory that is for us. Yeah. So Chief Charles ameuliza or made a statement to state, do we have policies or do we have laws that engage public participation in the county level? And since Barstombol and Chairman have already discussed na kusema ya kwamba you have already policy that are being drafted and it's on process, and I think let me start from there. Do you have a clause in that policy that engages youth participation?
We have the public participation policy. I think as a county we have a public participation policy, but implementation of that policy to the latter is a problem. Yeah, as well, we still have, of course, the PFM Act and outline how this process should be done.
Yeah, because my understanding will be if you have read the County Government Act, you will see that Section 87 outlines very clearly that citizens have a right to participate in matters that involve policy drafting, regulations, laws, things that affect us directly. And if those participations are not put forward, then you as a citizen have a right to petition to the county government, which goes to the assembly, outlining the things or concerns that are not considered. And then the county government has the right to respond back to that petition, so that it has an inclusivity of it is you propose, we batter, and then we go back and forth until we come back to a solution. So, Charles, the county government has participation. It is well written, well elaborated with Section 87 of the County Government Act. And then we have so many other that are backup. Of course, we know the Constitution of Kenya. We, of course, know the Public Finance Act. It has so many things that public participation, it is a vital role for a citizen. And that's why I asked, do you have a clause that includes public participation of the youth in the youth policy that you're drafting? Because since we are here, I might just as well ask, because it is under process, because if you are following in the footsteps of the mother laws and the other legislatives, then this comes in under, because it has to emulate the others. Yeah. So public participation. Yeah.
I think the question that Charles said addressed, and I think you've covered a bit of it, but there was the issue of scope, and then the law says it has to be physical, the meeting, the public participation. And I had asked him if it is possible that the scope can be widened, and to what extent is the law flexible to that?
Okay, we do have different types of public participation. We have the direct public participation, and we have the indirect public participation. The direct public participation is where we gather and then we put our views and it's forwarded. Either if it's in a form of a memoranda, or it's a form of just you emailing to certain emails that have been put forward for you to do. That's direct. And then the indirect is when I see us as a ward or as a village, we come together and then we say this is the things that we need to be included in certain amendment or a policy or a regulation or a legislator, and then we give it to our representative in the county assembly,
Yeah, sure.
and then they put it forward in the assembly for it to pass. So
Perfect.
the
Thank
scope
you.
is really wide.
Good. Chief, you have anything to add on that? Or address vizuri, ameikava vizuri?
Yeah, I think the lawyer has spoken, and that's why I said the law is clear on that. I think the challenge that we have, my understanding of the Public Participation Act, it says that public participation shall be conducted in a ward, in a village, and in a physical location. But I think there is a provision that says that a public participation forum can also be undertaken within other such forums as may be deemed necessary. So those are the spaces which allow us to.
Oh, so there's a
there
leeway.
is space.
Yeah, there is space for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Perfect. Allow us now, because we don't have much time. I want my able assistant to get a few questions, reactions, maybe one or two by raising your hand. There is a gentleman here. There is Millie there, and there is that gentleman. The other side. So we can take the first three, and then of
wameintroduce kitu inaitwa labor mobility. Wale watu wa kwenda nje ya kuweka kufanya kazi nje. In fact, the government have instructed all of us that we put everything else kidogo. Nimekuja kuinform kuwa kuna serikali kuficha pesa kwa yufa.
Asante. Yes.
Secondly, I want to ask our chief. You have given us, I have taken a very important note from you that you are working on the MOU. Kindly, just console Director Infant and Minor Yabe and push for that thing. We shall finish that thing by Friday. Console Director today. If you console Director today, you can have a meeting tomorrow in my office, and I'm telling you, the CEO Youth Fund will be here this week.
Thank you.
Just talk to him. Thank you.
Vijana mpiga makofi kwa hiyo. Let's get thank you to Rantich Kenneth from the youth office.
So, secondly, I wanted to ask two questions. We are having this meeting today here, but we are not seeing the youth representative committee. MCAs. The presentation. See how we are not having policies, because I've been listening, and the major thing is we do not have policies that favor the youth. Is that right? Hakuna policies zenye zinasimamia structures zenye nafaa kusaidia youth wapewe resources.
Now, I think we are going outside the realistic way of why we are here. I think we are talking about
Mili has asked a very good question, and it's a good question, yeah, but I think we're going outside the narrative of the essence why we are gathered here. It was a peer-to-peer conversation. We didn't even know that they were going to come. We didn't know they would show interest to come. So it was a peer-to-peer conversation. We did not engage them, but I think this was just an opportunity for us as youths to, first of all, let us encourage ourselves to take part in public participation.
Because we are talking about policies that are going to help us structure in the future, even we need those MCAs here so that they can listen to what we are talking about. To see that hakuna policies inatusaidia, and yet I don't think they don't know, they know, but they are ignoring. We should push them.
It's okay.
Yes, and then another thing was I wanted to add to what the director of culture said about culture being the new currency. I think your team has been sending a team to Bongore every year. Is that so? Yeah, the county has been sending a whole team in tourism sector whether to Bongore. Has it ever gotten any fruits? What are you guys doing with the culture in TRT, our tourism culture? It doesn't have to wait for Kimani. We can utilize that culture and make money. We can still, as much as we are still waiting for the department for this same tourism to go and negotiate to Letewe Safari Rally to Baringo, because we are the destination, by the way. These are some of the things we should be discussing so that these people can take advantage of such events to make money. Naivasha is making around 6 billion every year out of tourism. Yes, we have the best features in this country. I have walked around the country. Naivasha has nothing on us. Completely nothing on us. But we have everything. Au any company yako tu. You can use
Alafu ya mwisho yangu ilikuwa nini? Neno. Napenda kucheza table tennis. Si ile kitu ifanye bana tucheze once na wewe hapa. Shida iko wapi? Sasa, thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Table tennis hiyo naona itafanyika haraka haraka. Ndio, we have one last question there. Alafu turudi hapa kwenye panel. And then we close. I think we are almost there. Thank you.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Nixon Sigeli from Pre-Budget Consultation Forum. Actually, I have my list, so I think a suggestion because I've been attending public participation, but I have there are issues that have been mentioned, which mostly I can say it's our own disease that we are not ready to cure. First, new issue is soda. Why most youth prefer soda is because I think we are missing on knowledge, or they are missing capacity to understand their role and the benefits of public. You will realize the harvest. But for you, we just look here. We are forgetting that the more we engage, hapo ndo tutakuwa na ownership, na hapo ndo tutakuwa na zile results zenye tutafuatilia. Si ati mambo ya saizi tu tunafanya public participation. So I like youth to sacrifice themselves. Once you see that hata pesa inakuwa allocated to youth, ni sisi tuliamua na ikaenda tutajua.
Sifurahi tu ati tumekewa pesa, alafu once umeenda pale kwa youth fund tumepata pesa, tunaenda Mombasa, sababu hata tukuwa tunajua kwa nini hii pesa inawekwa hapo. But since if we can start from the beginning by deciding how much we want, kama tumepatiwa 30 million tuseme hapana, hii haitoshi. Mimi ukinipatia 30 million na mimi niko kwa construction entity, itanirudisha nyuma badala inisongeshe mbele. Hii loan itafanya ukuje unyang'anye ng'ombe yangu, uniongezee kitu. Okay.
I think yes, please.
Yeah, on public participation.
Yes.
Tumekuwa na shida na for example they know your CFSP. Look at that document. Tunaletewa suki ya public participation. Alafu the organizers wanafika late. Public participation ilikuwa imeandikwa saa 3. Wanafika saa 8. With that yote. How can we interact with it and make meaningful participation to it? So my suggestion is possible we can at least prior to the days or the date of public participation, even if we can have it online so that we can peruse and have a clear picture. I can give example for livestock bill that was conducted in Kaptara. I was not there but I interacted with the bill later. But kama ukijaribu kufuatilia hiyo bill yenye ilikuwa inapresentiwa pale, page inafuatwa na page 17, page 17 inafuatwa. So
asante. I think you've made your point, so that we allow chief officers to maybe take those questions and comments. I think most of them have been contributions. Mercy wants to say something.
Yes, I wanted to just slightly reply to what you've asked. That document is freely available on the county government website. You can just go and download it. No. It was published on the 28th of March, 2025. So that document is very recent. But what I'm saying is these are documents that are publicly available. So, no. I'm saying they are publicly available. You don't have to question them to provide it to you. Actually, you're putting so much burden into them to provide something that is readily available. These are things, you see, when you come to forums and then you expect to be spoon-fed every single thing, it becomes unfair because they have a lot. They want to come answer questions. They want to come collect views. They want to come see what do you know. But if you come from a point where you've sat down and you don't know what is going on, it becomes hard. What are we achieving that day? But if you've come, you've prepared yourself, you've met the block, you've met experts, you've already downloaded it, you've gone through it, put paper clips on it or where you want things addressed, it becomes easier for people to talk about it.
And I think it goes back to you were urging the young people to sacrifice. I think it was a good point. It remains a good point that as young people we need to sacrifice in terms of time, sacrifice in terms of even resources, the little resources. These young people, they know what wanna watch series and they buy series kwa studio huko na kuwatch. They can spend a whole weekend watching series. We can also spend some time to read some of these documents. Yeah. So the question of sacrifice from the youth, before we go there, I mean, availing time to go through some of these things, go to the website, you know. But of course, you guys still come late. Hiyo ya kufika saa 7, badala ya saa 3 bado iko. Keluan?
Okay, for me, I'll tell the youth, my fellow youth, that we should own the public participation. We should make it like, okay, these projects that maybe they are building a road here, we should make that, we'll make sure that the money they are allocating to the projects are fully accountable to it. Yeah.
Maybe chair wa vijana, wewe umeenda public participation yenye unafika saa 3. Ni ukweli tunafika saa 3 na watu wanafika saa 10 ama hata sisi tunafika saa 7 tunachungulia tunapotea?
Yes. Kwa hiyo saa zingine na tuseme kwa village yenye mimi natoka hapo, kama most wanafanyanga Kaptimbor. So kwa hiyo Kaptimbor most saa yenye naona wanachelewa na 1 hour. Wakiweka kama saa 4 jua saa 5 ndo mkutano itakuwa imeanza. Hivyo ndo venye huwa inakuanga. So pia mimi nilikuwa nikitaka kutoa kama ama bado time iko ama naweza toa sasa kama kwa youth, kwa section ya vijana ya mambo na football, mambo na athletics. Mimi nataka kama kesho venye tumejipanga tukiwa hapa, I think tumeongea tukasema leo tumekuja hapa kwa public participation. Kwa public participation ni kukuja kutoa ile memorandum ama ile mambo yenye vijana tunataka tusaidike. Ama kesho tukifika public participation tutoe hizo. Leo tukiandika hapa, kesho ndo tunaenda kutoa, si namna hiyo. So mimi ningependa kwanza my friend Deno, kama section za vijana kwa mambo na sports Baringo Central, I think iko chini sana. Mimi nikikaa hivi ama tukikaa hivi kwa Baringo Central, nadhani saa hizi tuko na team kenye inaweza kuwa inawakilisha ama yenye ni kama team 2 peke yake yenye inatoka ama yenye inafanya ina cover Baringo Central mzima, na hiyo ni ladies moja na men's moja. So kwa njia gani ama ni nini ndio inasababisha hivi vitu inafanyika vitu kama hii? Mimi I think hata kama kesho tunaweza enda public participation, bado tuko na shida kama ya kiwanja. Kiwanja mimi niko sure, sijui kama tukienda huko tunaweza pitiza kiwanja Kwa hiyo public participation tukisema kiwanja huu ndio sijui ni gani sasa ndio itafanyika ama gani ita. Kwa hiyo section kama ulikuwa unaongea mambo ya madawa nini, unakuja unapata mambo kama ya sports talent inakuwa duni kabisa kwa Baringo. Hayo ukikuja kuangalia kama athletics, kuna ile kiwanja kama yenye iko huko. Hiyo yenye iko huko Kapkomoe nadhani ni kama imetengwa. But hakuna structure yote ya kuonyesha kwamba hapo wakimbiaji wanaweza kaa, wanaweza fanya. Naona. So hatujui ni njia gani tunaweza kama youth by kesho tufanye ndio ya kwamba talent ianze kurudi Baringo Central. Isikuwe ni kama saa hizi tuko na karibu mwaka 20 kutoka mtu ambaye alijulikana dunia mzima alitoka Baringo Central hapa chini hapa hivi hapa Riwa 20 years ago mpaka saa hizi hatujaisikia kuna mtu mwenye amewahi toka tena Baringo Central kama talented ama kuna talanta imetoka area hii. Inaweza kuwa hiyo mbio, inaweza kuwa hiyo table tennis yenye Mrombo huko amesema, inaweza kuwa ni aina gani. But sasa tufanye aje, kwa sababu mpaka sasa tukuja kuangalia hiyo maviwanja. Hata hiyo showground unakuja unapata mnakatazwa bado. So kiwanja inamaanisha hakuna kwa Baringo Central.
Asante cham. Very important points Songol, and then nataka Toroitich. Kuna ya kesho tuko public participation. You realize kuna government departments zinakuja public participation, and then the public participation turns out to be kama Madaraka Day. Yani you want everybody to speak, let us recognize the president, the MCA. Ikakuwa speeches for 3 hours, 4 hours, watu wanakuwa na fatigue. Alafu saa 10 wanasema haya, chukueni hiyo karatasi tuangalie namba that. Mnataka nini? We've been doing a lot of talking from 9 a.m. issues of bureaucracy, recognizing people and giving them time to speak, you know. Nilikuwa nataka tuseme kuhusu hiyo kabla somalize, we react and then we have the final questions, we close.
Okay, mimi niko na swali kwetu sisi wote. Niko na swali. Vijana wenzangu ako na business name.
Business name.
Nani kwa vijana wenzangu ako na kampuni? Good. Hapo ndio nilikuwa naelekea. I think tuko na shida kwa procurement. Kuna shida kwa procurement kwa sababu kidogo hiyo ya youth hatupati. Hatuko empowered, tuko chini kidogo. I don't know tutafanya namna gani. Tuko na kazi. Number 2, Dennis, I want to challenge you. Nadhani nitakuomba uandike barua mahali popote kwa hizo offices yote, hata kama utatumia governor ama nani, hata kana Murkomen. Tunataka KPI training camp ikamilike kabla 2027. Ingine ni sisi vijana tujaribu. Nilikuwa nataka kuongelea sisi kwa hiyo document pia ningependa kuomba hiyo document ikuwa available mapema, kwa sababu kuisoma
check. Songol closing and then we can. Yes.
Thank you. Nilikuwa nataka ku close my remarks on your question. Nixon Sigai alisema, I think document is very huge. That document is very huge. What we are planning, mnakuja public participation sometimes kama mmechelewa, and then you ask to finish this document within 30 minutes or 1 hour. That's question. Issue of public participation inakuanga predetermined. Unaletanga public participation just for PR, yani for formalities. But in this sense, we are not going to capture the entire document and read. Unajua, this will go and have to understand Google anafaa ku understand that document. Was
tutaenda kupitisha hizo vitu tutasema, lakini ya last year haijafika, the other year haijafika. Sasa tutakuwa tunafanya nini? Hakuna kitu tutakuwa tunaenda kufanya, mnatuambia twende, tunaenda, lakini results haikuji. So mimi ninajaribu kusema like my query is this. Like kama tunaenda public participation, sio umesema wewe ndio unafanya follow up. Bana kuna vitu sisi tumepitisha lakini hiyo follow up sidhani kama umefuata. Kama ulikuwa umefuata tungeshapata. Tunaomba tu ufuate. Secondly, kuna staff ya Gala Awards. Nimesikia mambo ya culture. Kuna Gala Awards, kuna hao wasanii wako pale juu tunawajua. Hiyo Gala Awards kuna counties wanafanya Gala Awards. Wana market county zao. Na ni through youths. Hiyo tu mimi sijaiona. The last I checked ilikuwa 2019. Ilikuwa iweko Mogotio na ilikuwa ya football. Sikuiona. This year inaenda kuisha, last year ilisha, then ilifanyika lakini haikuenda kwa sekta zote. Hatukuona Golden Boot ikipewa player na tukuna players. So tafadhali utusaidie kwa hapo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please.
Pigie makofi.
Sherehe ama hii mkutano, nataka nishukuru marafiki zangu chief officers Charles, rafiki yangu Dennis, ilikuwa ni legislation, ilikuwa ni representation, lakini sababu hii watu wanataka kitu kidogo wakakuja kujiongeza kazi inaitwa executive. Mimi nataka niombe MCS wetu wajiondoe kwa maneno ya executive. Because governor anajua vijana wako, senator anajua vijana wako, women rep anajua vijana wako. Where is our share? Mimi nataka nikuombe Bwana Dennis,
Organize meeting ile unatuitia sisi kama ita sisi vijana, yeye aje tueleze mpango gani, mpango sipi yeye ako nayo kwa vijana wa Baringo. Simupiga makofi ama simupiga. So
mimi nataka leo hii public participation ambayo tumekuja hapa isae matunda. Hii social halls si ni ya youth hii, si social hall hii hapa mahali tuko ni ya vijana. Tuko na ingine Kabaritonjo ambayo imekuwa ni ya couples. It is not operational. So what are we doing? Sio pesa imemwakwa tu because imechengwa, ni kama hii imechengwa, hawajafanya nini, hawajaequip so that it is operational. Na mimi nataka niseme nikimalizia ndugu yangu, mimi pia nataka niombe wananchi, isije kwamba unajua wananchi tena wamekosa. Kuna kitu ilikuwa imesemwa hapa sasa ile kwamba assume kuna project fulani kwa ward ya Kabarnet hapa tu town, and then ukienda serials ati watu ya serials wanataka the same project ambayo imewekwa imeinstaliwa hapa iwekwe huko instead. Take for example maji, wameweza kudrill maji hapa, and then ati watu ya Kabarnet hapa wanataka wadrilliwe the same water, watumie the same resources. Ile mimi ningetaka wapae tu maji hapa, ile watu ya Kabarnet wapate resources zingine wa divert iende kwingine. Otherwise we are going to engage in public participations which will never sire any fruits. I will tell you people, sisi tutapaka kutumika na wanasiasa, na imekuwa ni desturi hii. Wanasiasa wanatuhitaji wakati wanataka fiketi yao. Once they cling to their seats, bas, we are stories of the past. Sisi so sasa mimi nataka tujitokeze na tujipange pia sisi tukienda mbele, si ndio?
Asante.
Na mimi nataka niwakumbushe vijana, we are the majority. Sisi ndio kusema saa hii. Sisi tukiamua leo na tujiongeleshe na tukue na barabara moja, lugha moja. My friends, we can install our own president ambaye ni kijana. Tunaweza kuwa na gavana wetu ambaye ni kijana. Tunaweza kuwa na mjumbe yetu ambaye ni kijana, na vile vile senator kijana.
Asante.
So sisi kama vijana tunasema going forward, hatutaki wasee watupange tena, si ndio? Si pia sisi tumekuwa wasee ya kwetu. So in as much as we want to plan, hata kama ni no,
just conclude.
So nikimalizia, mtu asisema out of the topic, you know, leo tumekuja public participation, we need also to do it all round, si ndio? Tumekusia maneno ya maendeleo, tumekusia maneno ya public participation. So jameni, tujipange vijana, tujipange.
Asante.
Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, Roktok, and the other young people who have reacted to that. I want to, so that I give an opportunity to the chiefs officers tuweze kumalizia tafadhali. We didn't imagine we would be here mpaka saa kama hizi. Caroline Boswan, ZGG County Coordinator, she left, she was here. And then of course, David Rotich, yuko hapa? Oh, yes, you. Kuja hivi kidogo uketi hapa alafu nitakupatia. Oh, you already have the microphone. Make your remarks kidogo before we go to the other end to conclude, kindly. We can never exhaust, but we have done the bit that we could. Yes, bro. Check.
Thank you very much. I am still Rotich David. Apparently, when I was invited for this event last night from Nairobi, I was told that I was supposed to be a panelist. So I prepared as such. So, but unfortunately, I don't know where he comes from within
no
the
problem.
organization. But I love public participation. I can assure you, I know the jurisprudence of public participation more than probably 98% who are here today. Because public participation is not as, simple and straightforward the way we are handling it amongst ourselves most of the time. The CEO, I believe, for ICT, talked about something to do with there not being enough guiding the scope and widening the scope of public participation. And I absolutely disagree with him. Because the Constitution is rich in laws and guidances, the process of, I know, Article 1.2, Article 10, Article 201, Article 118, all these articles, Article 173 on county government, all these articles of the Constitution guide very clearly the process of public participation. Even the Public Participation Act, that is very clear on the process of public participation, includes online submissions, includes emails, include submission of memoranda. It's not just public participation the way we know it. Like you have to go sit with the public huko nje and then mnaongea ndio sasa inakuwa public participation. Even submission of memoranda constitutes public participation. As I conclude on public participation, we have to understand one thing. Decisions are made using data. When people have limited information, they cannot make accurate decisions. When the data is availed to them, the decisions that they can make are constructive. When you go to a place like our little chapter, for instance, and then tell people to budget 3 million that they have been given, the people will sit down and say, in this particular ward, we do not have a kettle dip. So they say, that 3 million, because we need a kettle dip, go use that money. So that particular situation brings two controversies. One, there is a possibility of undervaluation of that particular project. And two, the possibility of overvaluation of that particular project. There is no enough fiscal evaluation to ascertain whether that particular kettle dip needs 3 million or even 1.5 or even 900,000. So that when the MCA finances that particular project, there is a possibility of them remaining with money or the possibility of them not being able, to undertake the project to its full conclusion. So that is something that we have to seriously look into even as we conclude. On the issue of youth and representation. The tragedy of this particular country is the fact that the youth are treated as aliens. When people are talking about the youth, it's like these people just dropped from somewhere and then we are struggling to understand them as if they are not our kids, as if they are not our students, as if they are not our neighbors, as if they are not our colleagues. Like vijana, unajua vijana wako hivi. These people are not aliens. I mean, they are our kids and we understand them and we know the things that they need. So that now we get in a situation where the representation for the youth is not there. The Baringo Youth Forum or something, the one that my good friend there was talking about, I don't remember the last time they had an election. I do not know even if they have any bylaw governing that particular institution. I do not know if they have a representation emanating from wards, constituencies before they even get to the county governments. So let's not treat the youth as aliens. We are not so fragile to the extent that we have to be taken care of and talked about in a well-preserved way. We are your kids. We are your colleagues. We are your neighbors. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, and sorry for the inconvenience that made you maybe come late kidogo, but whatever you have delivered has been very, very important to all of us. Sometimes I have sat here and I wish we could have our young people listening to brilliant people like the one sitting here and even the gentleman who has just spoken. Unajua kuna vijana huko reserve hawajui anything beyond, yani hata hizi issues za article 1, article what, I carry a constitution, niko na constitution kwa gari yangu, I rarely read it, hata kwangu I have a library, I love reading, but I only read the constitution when I know I'm going to this kind of arrangement. But I want the young people, let us challenge ourselves, let have tukue na information. Kazi FM wanasema kimnote nae, knowledge is power. You can only be able to make decisions when you know what you are talking about. And Chief, leo mumeona vijana wenyu ama sisi kama vijana we have information. We have people who understand their constituency as young people. So we want to conclude. I don't know if you took notes on what has been discussed, the questions, and then let's react in maybe 2 minutes each, alafu tuende kwa closing remarks. Wacha sasa nisikuwe unfair kwako, nianze na wewe kabla sijaenda kwa wadosi.
Thank you Bwana Mkich. I want to sincerely appreciate this discussion, and I want to answer a question. My sister here, remind me your name.
Check.
Lily, spoke passionately about the rich, diverse culture in Baringo, and he was wondering, what are we doing as a department because it is an opportunity in Baringo. And he was so passionate saying that, why are you waiting for Kima so that you showcase? We will be able to do public participation, cultural festivals, even at the ward level, at the sub-county, county level cultural festivals. We showcase and sell our culture. So the challenge goes back to resources, and we urge you, when more of the public participations, please put something on culture. Please put something on culture. Finally, I think Mato misquoted me when I earlier concerning the structural organization ya youth. Hii inaongea si sawa? Ya youth. Hii inaongea si sawa? I said we are still low, but our participation is still low in terms of participating on giving our voices. And I mentioned something through our artists in Baringo, and I said last time we engaged with our youth artists. They were not organized, or they were not organized, and they were not registered. But anyway, we gave them the chance, and I said, these are some of the teachers' challenges that we have as youth, that we need to organize ourselves. And as we speak, we are going to form a account structure for the youth artists in Baringo. And I think I have scheduled a date that we will be having the representation of youth who will represent the county levels. So I think you may, we gave you that opportunity to know very well that we may have challenges, but you did very well. And we hope going to the future you will do well also. Finally, I haven't heard you guys talking about this hall. This is your hall. It is one of the issues you need to come up clear. It is not equipped. Somebody said, who is equipping this hall? It is you. As much as we are putting in our plans and so on, we need to see the youth coming up clear that we need a studio here, we need to do this. Because the budget process is a multi-stakeholder process. So nataka kuomba nyinyi. Musiseme amoja equip. Nataka hata tukienda kesho, tunataka hii hall ikuwe equipped, sawa? Tunataka hii hall ikuwe equipped so that hii noise munasikia next time isikue. In fact, Dennis and I and other officers in this office said we want to open this hall to utilize the way it is. Because you may let the audit issues since 2013 to date. So we want us to equip this hall so that to me, in fact, this is our central point. To equip the hall, itoe noise, tufanya hii bas. Simutakuwa mkikuja hapa kuongea. So this is something you should be telling my chief officer economic planning, who is in charge of the budget process. He is the holder. So that hii hall ikae mzuri jameni. Hama namna gani? In fact, it is you are utilizing it, and even the county government is using this hall. So the moment we equip this hall, bwana chief officer, itasaidia kila mtu kwa Baringo. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Charles, maybe your comments to sum it up.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll end in an appreciative note, just to appreciate this engagement and look forward for more. As Talam and Block indicated, this is a peer-to-peer engagement to get us to acknowledge and appreciate the importance of public participation and us as young people adding our voice and being part of the budget conversation. So we look forward to more of this starting tomorrow. I think I'll only, because my colleagues, I realize they have the bulk of the questions, in the spirit of collective responsibility, on the issue of tourism department. I think it's Maritime who asked about that. For a very long time, the priorities in budget has been in the traditional productive sectors which have been seen like agriculture, water, roads, and such. Tourism had not been seen as such. But what His Excellency Governor Cheboy came in his manifesto and even in his direction from the executive when we are doing our budgets, the focus has been, what he has asked us to do. I remember when we went for the CFSP for 2023-24, the message, one of the priorities was reinvesting in tourism as one of the key revenue earners for Baringo County. When that conversation started, what we realized is that we were at a very basic level of investment in tourism. The areas which needed investment in tourism were basic infrastructural needs, which is why we were doing the roads into Lake Bogoria. Even the other day, there was misinformation about a gate which was costed properly but misreported outside. So that was the level of investment that began, because we had to begin from somewhere. In our Department of ICT, we procured a 360 camera, which we want to integrate with the tourism department to activate virtual tourism into Baringo. And it is a program that we are working on alongside the Geoparks initiative. So the message I'd like to appreciate the concern that not enough is being done in tourism marketing, but there is deliberate effort towards going there. We wanted to begin at the basic level of ensuring that our infrastructure is in place so that we showcase something that is good for the global audience, because tourism is not a product that we sell just within Baringo or even in Kenya alone. It is a global product. And for us to be competitive, we have to fix the basics. But going forward, the shift will be from tourism development, the brick and mortar that Deno spoke about, now to tourism, tourism marketing and tourism promotion. And that is where we are headed as a county. So just to thank you and to assure you that in the priorities of His Excellency the Governor, tourism sector is the biggest revenue earner. And he has a firm priority eye on that. And that is something that is being done. If you interrogate this CFSP, you will see the same being done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Charles. Chief Deno, you can react to a few and then make your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. And I want to appreciate my colleague. He's actually our chairman, the caucus of chief officers. So siku ngine umrecognize vizuri. Na pia yeye ni chief officer kwa ofisi ya governor. Sasa yeye ndiye anaelewa mambo mengi pale. Maybe before I give my closing remarks, let me respond to a few questions. Mato ameulizia mambo ya youth empowerment centers na mambo ya studio. Where is Mato? I think ametoka. But let me say this. Youth empowerment centers in our county ilikuwa priority yetu kupitia uongozi wa gavana wetu. Na this financial year tulikuwa tumepanga ku operationalize youth empowerment centers ya Kabarnet, ya Chemodingot na Elda Maravin, because hizo ndio ziko 98% ready. Tusha equip, imebaki tu kidogo kuweka pesa kidogo na hiyo kwa operational. And I'm saying that because wale walikuwa najua my previous office ilikuanga upande ule. Na nilitoka ndio tuweze kumalizia that office yenye nilikuwa ni studio. Na already tushatengeneza booth na tumeweka equipment. Ile kidogo tu imebaki ni kumalizia vitu ya kufix na nini na nini. Na Bwana Ngeti chuko hapa, Chief Officer wa Economic Planning. Mimi nimemwambia lazima this time hiyo pesa iwekwe. Nyinyi mnakubaliana hiyo maneno? To operationalize Youth Empowerment Center. Na last year tungemaliza na tulikuwa tumeweka pesa. Ikakuwa ile mambo ya Gen Z. Najua ile mambo ya Gen Z pia ilituaffect sisi Gen Z wenyewe. kwa sababu wakati tulipitisha budget, baadaye through national government wakasema lazima tufanye supplementary budget to cut ile budget ikuje to the level ile, unajua tulikuwa tumeweka ambitious budget, so even counties we were affected na projects kama hizi ilikuwa shelved ndio tuweze kupea priority vitu zingine. Kuna mtu amesema mambo ya sports in Baringo Central. I think ilikuwa chairman. Na mimi nataka niseme hivi. And I was even about to ask wale watu akina nani wanatoka Kabarnet ward hapa? Assume tuko wengi kidogo. I don't know what is happening. I don't know kama ni public participation ama nini. Kabarnet ward is the ward ya town ya headquarters. But sijaona anything ya youth empowerment. Sijaona anything ya sports. I don't know kama vijana wa Kabarnet amuhitaji ama nini. But in many other places we are doing very well kwa mambo ya sports. Na chairman, there was a time last year nilifanya public participation ya sports across the county. Yenye haijafanyika county ingine. Na tulifanya ya Baringo Central hapa. Tukadiscuss mambo yetu. And Tenges ward, they are doing quite well. Even right now niko na mambo yao ya sports empowerment pale. Such a ward tulifanya kidogo. Dan amesema kitu about what is happening na hii mambo yote. Na Dan hajasema ukweli kwa sababu anajua tulianzia ya Kapropita. I hope he's from Kapropita kwa sababu nimeengage sana. Last year before 20 Christmas tulishughulika na mambo ya Kapropita na mimi nilideliver. And even as we are speaking now, tuko na mambo ya empowerment ya Kapropita and he knows very well. They came to my office, I talked to the MCA na pesa iliwekwa. Na kuna mambo ya empowerment ya vijana including his team ya Kapropita FC. So amesema mambo ya bus. I just want to give you an example. When I was looking at this document, I noticed Marigat ward wameka pesa ya 33 seater bus ya mambo ya afikiria mambo ya sports. Just to tell you that nobody limits you. Hata kesho mkienda kwa nini yenu mseme leo tunafunga hii mambo yote, taka tununue bus ya ward yetu ya mambo ya sports na youth empowerment. Nobody limits you. I've given you an example and I'm very sure ikipitishwa kwa hiyo public participation ya kesho Kenya wame prioritize hapa, we will deliver that bus to that ward. I'll make sure I'll deliver. Na wale wananifuata kwa mtandao sana, wanaonanga na zurura sana naenda wards tofauti tofauti. Siendangi pale kwa sababu unaenda tu kutembea. Naenda pale kwa sababu kuna kazi. Vijana wa hiyo ward waliweka pesa ya empowerment na ndio maana naenda pale. I want to see improvement kwa Baringo Central. Bado tuko chini kidogo. Eldama Ravine, they are doing very well. I think karibu kila ward wanaweka mambo ya empowerment. In fact, wameenda a step ahead kuweka pesa ya skills development. Ya kupeleka watu training, mambo ya skills development. Na ndio niweze kumalizana na hiyo nini. I just want to tell you about mambo ya youth empowerment. Tuko na mambo ya sports. But vile vile tuko na zile vitu inaitwa income generating activities. Kama team ya akina Dan pale, kuna biashara ya branding ya mambo ya heat press. Kuna wale Kapropita bado wameweka pesa ya irrigation kit, wanataka kufanya irrigation hapa chini. Kuna vijana Kapropita pia wameweka mambo ya quarry tools, same to wale chap. Ukienda Kabarchonjo kuna wakati walikuwa wameweka mambo ya gala goods and I think hata saizi bado iko. Those are empowerment. Kapropita pia waliweka dairy cows, I think tuli deliver 2023 na places mingi sana. Kuna watu wameweka public address system, I think ilikuwa Barwesa hata Kabartonjo, hata saa hizi I think iko ya hizi vitu zote ni kusaidia vijana kwa mambo ya empowerment, kuwajenga, kuwapatia ile vitu wataanzisha. Kuna wale wanataka kufungua salon, kufungua kinyozi na nini, hizo vitu zote tunafanya. Kuna wale watu pengine wanataka kufanya mambo ya training ya vijana. Right now we are preparing ya such award. Kuna training tunaenda kufanya ya vijana, tunawalipia kwa vocational training center. Marigat Ward, this place called Maji Mazuri. So there are many things that is happening kwa mambo ya youth empowerment. Ni sisi tu tujitokeze na tuweke hiyo pesa. Mambo ya seedlings, kuna mtu ame-mention. Right now tunashughulikia ya coffee seedlings ya Lembus Perkera. Tunashughulikia mambo ya avocado ya Lembus Queen. And I can mention many places. Ilchamus Ward wanashughulikia mambo ya chicks. Same to Kisanana na places mingi. So nataka tu niwaambie vijana, you have the opportunity to build yourself. Hii pesa inapelekwa pale 20 million. Tukiamua out of 20 million, 5 million ikuwe shughuli ya vijana, tutakuwa tumekosea jameni? So I want us, that's why we are having such conversation, ndio tuweze kuchanuana na kuambiana ukweli. Kuna Danvers, I think I may mention something about mimi nikuje ni eleze ile mpango ya department. Na mimi nilikuwa nimeweka hiyo mpango, but nilikuwa nimesema wacha tumalize this financial year. Unajua unatoanga scorecard at the end of the term, si ndivyo? Na utoe ile strategies ya the new term. So mwezi wa 6 Amkich, najua sasa wewe unaelewa hii mambo, nitafanya kitu inaitwa State of Youth Affairs and Sports in our county. Niwapatie scorecard, niwaambie vile nimewatajia saa hizi, niwaambie hii ward waliweka hii na hii na tulitimiza. For us anything inafika hapa lazima ifike ground. Otherwise there is no need of me being a chief officer na mimi ni youth, alafu vitu za vijana inakwama hapa. Solo ame-mention mambo ya Kapkiai. There is something we are doing pale. Lakini nilituma watu wangu wakuje wafanye data collection. Lakini ile pesa iliwekwa. Kuna mtu alisema, I think this gentleman, a bright gentleman from, amesema from Nairobi. Tuko na challenge kubwa. Watu wanaenda public participation, tunaweka pesa yenye haifiki mahali. Kama hii ya Kapkiai, wameweka 600,000. Jameni tafanya nini? Najua nilituma officers pale, tukaongea, tukasema sasa tufanye nini? Tukasema hata wacha tufanye fencing. Hiyo hata itoshi ya fencing. So we still have a challenge, and I know my colleague hapa wakienda kesho public participation, watu waambiwe ukweli. Kama mnataka kujenga classroom, muambie the amount kujenga classroom to completion to equipping, this amount muweke. Wacheni kuweka hivi vitu kidogo kidogo piecemeal, ndio inatusumbua. But iko kwa mpango yetu, nishamwambia chairman ambaye ni chairman wa sports kwa assembly and is your area MCA, tuone vile tutaongezea pesa kwa hiyo. Kuna mtu aliuliza pia mambo ya playing ground, I think ni chairman, na I'll give you an example. Emining, kuna wakati tuliendanga, you remember when we came when I came to Emining, tukaenda kwa ile kiwanja pale. Nikaangalia hiyo kiwanja haikuwa na choo, haina anything. I talked to the youth pale na nikaongea na MCA, na kwa hii CFSP nimeona imewekwa ya construction ya toilets na sheds pale. Hiyo ndio kazi ya public participation. Lakini hata hivyo hapa showground as a department tunalipanga a lot of money so that the youth wa Kabarnet hapa wapate place ya kutrainia. So pale sidhani kama kuna, I think Kaptimbor even ndio wanatumia pale. Na saa zingine inakwama, mimi na intervene so that vijana wapate place ya kutrainia as we sort out mambo ya stadium. But in the meantime, hii mambo ya upgrade hizi ma playing grounds na nini iko kwa hiyo budget ya ward fund. Tuwekeni tu pesa pale. Nafikiria nimejibu mambo mengi. Mili I think alikuwa naulizia mambo ya table tennis. Hiyo kitu is very active. Tukitoka hapa kuna watu wanaingianga hapa kutrain. And mind you, hata staff wetu wana participating kwa sports. That's why 2 weeks ago tuliwin pool table tournament in East Africa pale Uganda. Na vijana wetu wa hapa Baringo ndio walishinda. Na that's what they are doing every evening, including kutrain kwa hiyo. Now, Amkich, tukiingia kuna mtu alikuwa ameulizia mambo ya Governors Cup. And
there was that one of Governors Cup, yes.
Yes. Now, tuseme ukweli ama bado tupite kando kidogo?
Sema ikutoke.
Wacha niseme tu. You know, I'm one gentleman who is very passionate about mambo ya youth na mambo ya sports. And that's why siku ile tuliingia county to 2023. Tuliingia around July. By November tulikuwa tumerudisha Governors Cup. And we did a very good and successful tournament. Ile ilipeleka vijana wetu mpaka North Rift na mpaka pale Cleophas Malala Cup. But now along the way last year when we were preparing to do Governors Cup, and this time nikasema mimi siwezi kaa kwa ofisi hapa na nipangie vijana wetu Governors Cup. I want them to plan for themselves. That's why nilifanya public participation across the county, in all sub-counties. Wale wanajua ya Baringo Central tulifanyia hapa, na nikawauliza vijana to organize aje tournament. Last year tuliweka 1 million as the prize. I was surprised. Vijana walisema hawataki 1 million. Walisema tupunguze ikuje kitu kama 300,000 na hii pesa ingine iende mashinani. And it was across. Mato ulikuwa public participation? It was across up to Eldama Ravine. Watu walisema hatutaki 1 million. To reduce 1 million na tuchukue hiyo pesa tupeane kwa world level competition. That was the discussion. Kwa wale walikuwa hapa. Na nimedocument all those things. But now, hii Baringo vile niliingia, kumekuanga na, you know, sports iko na politics sana. And I'm sure mnafuatanga hata zile za national. Ya kina Nick Mwendwa na nani. Vile nilifika, nikaita watu wa FKF. Nikawaambia, this is the way to go. Na tutapanga kazi yetu ikae namna hii na hii. But I notice also there is another association called County Football Association, ambayo I think ilikuwa rival ya FKF. Na tumekuwa na challenges yetu. But on that day when we were doing public participation, my intention was to understand, as Baringo people, do we want to affiliate to FKF or we want to affiliate to Football Association? Unajua lazima tukue candid na tuambiane ukweli. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaoperate kwa kanisa mbili. Si ndivyo? Siwezi kuwa naenda msikiti hapa na naenda kanisa hapa. Lazima tuelewane how we'll manage our sports.
Sure.
Now nikimalizia, wakati tulidiscuss na tukapata watu waka express their issues, wakasema sisi tunataka hivi na hivi. Baada ya hiyo discussion yote na baada ya vijana kuamua, kuna watu wakatupeleka kotini. As we are speaking, leo kesi yangu ilikuwa kwa mentioned hapa Kabarnet High Court. Na walitusuu kwa sababu ya hiyo Governors Cup. Na hiyo mambo ya FA na mambo ya FKF. Because even in that, iko FKF pia wako ndani. Now, those are the challenges yenye tunapitia. Beside ile mambo ya kutafuta resources, because even ile ya kwanza, tuli fundraise. We did not have any budget, and this gentleman can confirm. This one I was fundraising, but along the way, ndio hiyo imepelekwa kotini. tukakwama, because now lazima kuna vitu zingine lazima tufanye kwanza ndio tuendelee. So ile shida kubwa tuko nayo Baringo ni sisi vijana pia tuko na shida zetu, ambayo tukijaribu ku make one step kuna wengine wanaturudisha nyuma, but hiyo ni mambo ingine nitashughulikia baadaye. Nafikiria nimemaliza vitu mingi. So let me summarize now. Give my closing remarks. One, I want to appreciate the young people. And nataka niwashukuru sana the block led by my good friend Enoch and your team, akina Mato, kila mtu, including Amkich, for making this a success and for us to have a discussion. And this discussion haitaishia hapa. This discussion will continue because my responsibility as the chief officer is to give the young people the platform to express themselves, so that hii mambo tujue na to discuss. Unajua Danvers alikuwa amesema hapa kwamba we can exercise the power we have and the numbers. And part of this youth empowerment is to give people platform to express themselves and even to nurture leaders. Ile siku mimi nitatoka hapa nikiwa chief officer, kama nimetoka hapa na nikuwe nimepatia watu platform and even to give people opportunity to be heard and even to be elected as leaders, mimi nitakuwa nimeachieve. And that's why naambianga vijana wa Baringo tushikane, tuwe kitu kimoja. When we are fighting for resources, when we are fighting for our empowerment, but also when we are looking for leadership. And I have no apology. Unajua ndugu yangu hapa ataenda slow, lakini unajua mimi I speak on behalf of the young people. And I have no apology. I'll support the young people. Mchana na usiku to make sure that they are successful. So mimi natakia kila laheri. Let us continue engaging each other. Tukimaliza hapa, ofisi yangu inakuanga wazi. Wale wanajua wanakujanga, tunafanyanga mkutano hapa, tunapanga mambo yetu. So my office is open and I want to give you greetings from governor. Tuliongea jana and I even talked to Enoch about all this forum and he is very much aware. That's why we are here. Na ametuma salamu zake na amesema kwamba hii mambo ya public participation tujitokeze. But as much as, and that's why I want us to participate in this public participation, ndio munisaidie kusort hizi vitu ndogo ndogo. You remember last year we did digital conference, the first one in the region. Those are the things I want to concentrate on. Mimi sitaki kwenda kutafuta uniforms, sijui mpira, nyinyi munisaidie kusort hiyo kwa public participation, ndio mimi niangalie ile kazi kubwa. Right now we want to do masterclass training kwa mambo ya content creation across the county. Those are the things I want to focus. Hizo ni vitu haiwezi enda public participation, na ikienda hata haiwezi pita. Uende uambie huko bana ati kuna masterclass ya content creation, hakuna mtu atakusikiza. So munisaidie hizi zingine, hii nyingine kubwa mimi ningangane nayo. So that even this year tukue na mambo ya digital conference ingine, na kuna mpango mingi sana tumepanga. So sitaki kusema mengi. Mungu awabariki sana.
Thank you so much, Chief. Asante sana. Yes, Chief.
Okay, thank you very much. I will take a very short time because of time. Okay, I think my friend over there, he talked about tourism, assisting the county to do marketing. I will reach out to the CEO to raise that issue. Mr. Troidich, I also want to say thank you so much for enlightening us that you have some funds for this youth. So maybe you know where his office is. And also, apart from these county resources, there are a number of other funds which are aimed towards assisting youth. Down here we have something called Kenya Industrial Estate. You know the right name? Ile makatiati ya zamani hapo chini. Hiyo kampuni, it is a government, is it a semi-autonomous government agency? They are giving out a lot of loans, targeting all categories of people, including youth, women, people living with disability, business community. They're actually giving out a loan up to 20 million. If you go there with a good proposal, you'll get money. They'll fund you. They'll finance you. That is a very cheap loan which can assist you youth. So maybe through his office and his office, try to find out which are available funds to facilitate youth activities and programs and businesses. Okay, Mr. Barsangol, you talked about this very voluminous document, so maybe I will take it up. Next time we will be doing something called popular version, which will be about 10 to 20 pages for ease of reading. Issue of time tomorrow, I will be sharing with my team so that they'll be there tomorrow on time. This is a planting season again, so being rainy season, we'll be there very early in the morning, so by noon or by Sanane, we will be done. So about the youth programs, Dennis has elaborated on a number of them. I know there are a number of them, even including this whole year. I am assuring to you that His Excellency the Governor has actually mandated us that this room, next time when you will come here, there will be no echo. So he has mandated us to put fans here, which will be able to absorb this sound in Sunguka. About the youth talent, is it youth what? Including the Kapkia one, athletics camp. We have Hossein, Kapkiai, and Sirwa. Governor has actually mandated us that those athletics camps should be ready for commissioning in the next financial year. Those are things which we may not end in public participation. So I want to ask you, as I conclude, apart from these programs which are actually touching us directly, let's focus on programs. There are those which are short term, those which are medium, and those which are long term. Which programs, when we really focus on them and put resources, be it short term or long term, tutateka pesa. And that's why we require you from tomorrow. And I want to ask you, let's participate tomorrow. Use your forums, not only Baringo Central, but the entire Baringo County. Let's reach out to our youth so that as we discuss our priorities to build Baringo tomorrow, let's advise our people back there at home which programs or which priorities are best suited to give us income or to generate income for us tomorrow. It's about pesa mfukoni. It's not about ile kitu ya sahi. Kama mambo ya sports yenye huyu jamaa anafuatilia sana, hata sasa ameniambia kesho anataka kunikalisha chini tupitie hiyo budget yetu vizuri. To ensure that it addresses it addresses youth programs. So even you, I want to challenge you. As we leave this place, can we reach out to all our colleagues and advise them to prioritize accordingly? Hata mahospitali. Kuna mahospitali ya Maravin, kuna hii hapa hivi. We are hearing some good stories about Cabernet Hospital when we brought the CT scan and the dialysis machines, which are actually consuming. You know, there are some ailments which are actually consuming our resources. Ile yenye wazazi wangewasaidia, maybe hata some of you ni wazazi. Ile ingetumika empower you. They are using to treat some ailments, and they are traveling all the way to Eldoret or Nakuru. Even in this financial year, the coming financial year, we are targeting also to put something in El Maravin. Nakuru are saying, can you decongest Nakuru? So when you look at all these things holistically, let's plan our county well. Let's advise our people, because I know majority of you are learned, and we know which programs will boost our economy. It's about economic empowerment. which programs will boost our economy, be it after 1 year, after 6 months, after 10 years. So let's focus in putting resources towards those programs. So tomorrow, I'm expecting to hear your voices. And I know, nyinyi mnajua mashida mingi. Hii jamaa ameongea, huyu wa mwisho akiongea pale. What is ailing our county? Si tunajua. Ensure we put when it becomes a municipality, itatuachilia pesa zingine tena ikuje kusaidia mambo ya employment na mambo ya employment na other opportunities for youth. So those are some of the things. They may not be mentioned in public participation, but tuangalie haya yote. Kwa futuristic, kwa sababu ukiangalia saa hizi mtu kuna jamaa juzi aliniuliza, is 45 years old, is a graduate. He has a son who is almost graduating na hajapata kazi. So if we don't focus well na tuweke resources mahali mzuri, kesho itakuwa mbaya kwa sisi wote. So that is how congratulations. I think you are in the right direction. And let's get the fire burning. Tusisimama hapa peke yake. Ile tumeongea hapa, let's tuone kwa mbele itakuwa na mtagani. ile tuweze kesho tuweze kuombea kwamba ile meeting yetu tulifanya kwa social board ilileta fruits, so that when we meet here next year we will be saying at least ile meeting tuliachia ile imetuletea what we can count 1 2 3, na Dennis amesema ataleta program zake na atakuwa accountable. Next year atakuwa anasema tunasema hii na tunaweza kufanya hii. But I want also to challenge you to continue doing resource mobilization. Atafute pesa kwa nje. Pastor kwa ukienda ukati na huyo captain wako huyo mwingine wa huko Baringo Central analyze budget. He knows all those budget champions who have been working with us very closely. Wame dissect budget na wanajua hii resources ni kidogo sana. And we will get another opportunity. Maybe you come and learn. Tusome budget yetu ya Baringo na tuone vile pesa tunagawa. You will really appreciate. So with all those many remarks, I want to say thank you so much. Na we are going to salamu za gavana. We also called him yesterday, informed me of the same meeting, and I want to say he is really hata kuniambia kitu kingine. You want to talk about the youth governor? There was a governor's camp that latest comes around. The youth empowerment centers teams are saying, na teams are saying that's in the flames of Baringo. Tumewekea pesa all those youth empowerment centers, piko pesa. So ni yeye kupanga na kabisa. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, asante sana. I think tumalizia hapa jamani. I want us to clap for us. Thank you so much. Asante sana kwa ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate chairman and of course Pastor
Thank you so much. And of course, from the other end, from the Department of Culture, let's appreciate Chepchieng. Let's appreciate Chief Officer Charles Kipkulei, Chief Officer from the Economic Planning Department. Tumpige makofi. And finally, let's appreciate our very own Dennis Korir, Youth Captain. Tumpige makofi. Mimi nimefikia mwisho. Asanteni sana. We've been here for the Baringo County Youth Fiscal Forum. And it's been very informative. The people who have been following us online, we appreciate. When we talked with Enoch in the morning about this event, akaniambia ni saa 8 mpaka saa 10. And now it is going to 9 p.m. But we are doing this for the future, for the present and the future. Because we will grow up and then our children will come and the future belongs to them. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen. It's been me, I'm Kich Karanja. Thank you so much, online team. Till next time, tuonane kesho pale public participation. Let's walk the talk. And now let me hand over the program back to my colleague, Mato. Kindly take it up from there. We are only doing a vote of thanks and a closing prayer. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much our moderator Mkich Karanja. Tunashukuru. Wacha Enoch aje aseme vote of thanks. Alafu nitakuwa nafunga na maombi.
Thank you Mato. Asante sana Nani Karanja. You have really been a good moderator. Kwa wale sana for remaining. You know, today was a way of making a statement. We needed not to feel that equal lazima to make that leap of faith tuanze. Then from there we can pick it from there. So before I make my final remarks or the vote of thanks, I just want to make a summary. I always like making summary. So so that people can get what we, especially the people who are watching online, they can get what we're talking about, and also those of us who are can also go home with something. So number one thing I want to say is that you know, when I said that today nilisema tunachukuliwa kama vijana kama watu tu hawafikirii nje ya siasa. Wanafikirianga tunaongelea tu siasa na tunategemea siasa, but for once we wanted to show them that we have the minds. Na I'm very happy to mesikia a very bright gentleman hapa. He was oozing wisdom. Zile vitu alikuwa anasema, it is a statement that the youths are knowledgeable and they have the ideas. It is only that we don't have the platforms. Also, we have heard people like even Rock Talk and even all the other people who have talked. Inaonesha kwamba we have the ideas, we have the knowledge. The only thing is that we don't have the platform, and that is why we have created this platform so that we can express ourselves, and even the community can know that we are not just about depending on politicians or depending on politics and feeding on politics, but policies. We have the knowledge. Number two, this one I want to address to Mr. Ngetich. Hii na hata hii isikuwe ni tafadhali. I want wenyewe tuko hapa tusaidiane kufuatilia. I want to suggest that we need a special funding or even capacity building initiatives or projects that centers on youth empowerment, especially the business side, and of course the digital empowerment, the digital entrepreneurs. Kuna kitu CEO ameongelea about the Baringo Business Digital and Innovation Summit, which was ilikuwa inaitwa Chanua Vijana. We did that for the first edition. Nataka niombe sana kwa heshima kubwa, if it is possible we bring it back, and also for the second edition. And also I wish Charles Kipkulei angekuwa hapa atuambie what are the plans that his office is taking, especially when it comes to communication and mambo na information. You know, ile kitu tumecomplain hapa sana, it's all about you know, sometimes like for example the document huwa inachelewa kufika on site, but can we digitalize this information so that we can access it from at the comfort of our homes or wherever we are? So we need also to have a digital hub where we can train young people, we can train young talents and nurture them, doing upskilling programs and also even boot camps, so that and it should be fully equipped, ikuwe na kila kitu yenye inaweza saidia vijana, kwa sababu you know, in the current world we talk about some of the trending issues like AI. Alafu pia we also need to ask ourselves, when it comes to digital revolution, is Baringo ready? Charles, is Baringo ready to make that step forward in terms of digital revolution and that, and of course when we talk about the digital education, are we empowered enough, or do we need to put on initiatives that is going to help the people, the young people also to gain the digital knowledge? So that is why I really emphasize on the digital hub. It will come in handy. And of course we talk about civic education. I want that to be one of the opportunities, because when you talk about youths not having jobs, saa zingine tunakubali hakuna kazi inaweza kosekana, lakini we can create opportunities. And one of the ways we can create opportunities is like, for example, the civic education. Leo tumekuja hapa tukaongelea tumeongelea vile hii participation imekuwa nzuri, but now we need to allocate funding to that sector, so that, and make sure that we put the youth to take the center stage, so that itakuwa a sort of empowerment to the youths. And also with the youths we promise that we digitalize the exercise, and also ensure that everyone receives civic education. Ya pili ni sports, especially here in Baringo Central. Hiyo tumeshaongelea sana. The sports in Baringo Central is on the verge of dying. Na mimi nataka
nataka tukubaliane hapa ya kwamba sisi kama vijana kesho tukienda public participation we can set aside some amount, some like let's say even at least 200,000 from every ward na tuiweke kwa ligi yetu ya sub county so that we have money for facilitation, tukuwe na pesa pia ya vikombe, tukuwe na pesa pia ya kuweza kurun hiyo ligi yetu, ama namna gani, si hivyo? Alafu tukikuja mambo na tourism, when we talk about Baringo, tourism should be the center of our conversation. Why? Because Baringo, we are blessed, and in fact tunajua wanasemanga in heaven, wanasemanga mbinguni kutakuwa na asali na kutakuwa na maziwa. Baringo tuko na maziwa ya mbuzi na tuko na asali kwa wingi. Could this be the promised heaven? So we need to show the outside world that Baringo is really blessed, and we need to put in place projects that is going to boost Baringo County in terms of tourism visibility, and also tourism is going to open up our ecosystem. Alafu pia nimesikia wakiongelea mambo ya the 7 billion the provisional budget. Yes, Mr. Ngetich amesema venye si pesa mingi, but we should not be thinking on just splitting this 7 billion, but we should be thinking of ways of multiplying this 70 billion. Even the Bible says, the parable the talents, the servants, where ukipewa ile yenye unapewa you go and multiply it. So let us engage on how we can multiply this. Alafu ya mwisho niwakumbushe viongozi that leadership comes from God. You have been put in place, you have been put to those offices not only by the people but also by God. And at the end of your term, we are going to ask you as a leader, what did you do to the people? And I want you, it should come from you. Useme ya kwamba mimi nilifanya hii na hii, na pia wewe you can exalt yourself na useme nilifanya kitu ya maana. Isikuwe tu utoke kwa hiyo ofisi and you have not left a lasting impact on the people. So let us challenge ourselves as leaders. We wish you well, because when you succeed, we will succeed as the people. Alafu ya mwisho, nishukuru sana kila mtu mwenye alikuja hapa. I want to thank you. My heart is full because you have achieved our goal. Na at least tukienda nyumbani, tutaenda, we will go and ponder what you have talked about today. And I'm sure from here, things are going to change. Na tufuatilie pole pole. And lastly, I would like us to upstand before we pray. We exercise a moment of silence in honor of the departed county attorney. Kama uko na kofia na sio ya kidini ama si rasmi, ningeomba tutoe and we observe a 1-minute silence.
So rest in eternal peace. Now we want to say thank you. Wacha tumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu maana tulianza naye, na vizuri pia tumshukuru. Let's all pray. Almighty Father, we come before you this evening. God, saying thank you for your care, thank you for protection of God. You have granted to us this dead moment, my Father. God, we say thank you for the meeting that has been very successful. We put everything before your hands, my Father. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you for the youth of this country, my Father. May God continue making us be united. May God give us wisdom, give the leaders wisdom and knowledge to know how to lead, oh my Father. God, I say thank you because our county is going to get again higher to where it is supposed to be, my Father. Lord God, I say thank you for everyone, my Father. Thank you for our governor. We pray for good health, my Father, so that as he leads the CEOs and everyone in the capacity of leading, we put them to your hands, my Father. God, I say thank you. Protect our county, give us peace all the time. And God, I pray Bishop Paul, trusting and believing this. Bless you. See you again next